The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., November 14th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Michael Guest to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2024, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue past 11:50 a.m. The Chair at this time recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 60th anniversary of the National Boy Scout Memorial in our nation's capital. The Boy Scouts of America aims to prepare young people for lives of impact and purpose. Since the Boy Scouts' founding in 1910 here in Washington, D.C., the organization has grown to become one of the largest youth organizations in the United States with over 1 million scouts. The United States Congress passed a congressional charter in 1916, officially establishing the Boy Scouts of America. The mission remains steadfast: to prepare young people to make ethical and moral choices over their lifetimes by instilling in them the values of the Scout Oath and law. In 1959, the 50th anniversary year of Scouting, Lyndon Baines Johnson, then Senate Majority Leader, introduced a measure to establish the memorial. Scouts from across the nation displayed their dedication and passion for Scouting by raising 100% of the funding needed to complete the statue. Scouts were able to collect $5 in dimes, and those who were able to do that sent in their collections, and they had their names printed on special scrolls. The legacies of these Scouts and their dedication lives on, with all the scrolls still residing inside the boxes at the statue's base. The sculpture sits at the location of the 1937 National Scout Jamboree, the very first Jamboree. It was dedicated on November 7th, 1964, and over 1,000 Scouts, leaders, family members, military personnel, members of government, and guests were present. This weekend, I was proud to attend the 60th anniversary ceremony. Officially named the Boy Scout Commemorative Tribute, it was the very first statue or memorial in D.C. dedicated to a living or ongoing cause, not a past leader or event. The 3 statues represent the fundamental principles of Scouting. The young Scout in the middle symbolizes all Scouts, past, present, and future, and is a beacon for good. The male and female figures symbolize the strength for both manhood and womanhood. The male represents ideals of physical, mental, moral fitness, citizenship, honor, and courage, while the female represents the enlightenment, love of fellow man, justice, and freedom. As a proud Eagle Scout and a Scoutmaster for over 30 years, Scouting has been an essential part of my young and adult life. Even in my current role as U.S. Representative for Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District and Chairman of the House Committee on Agriculture, I use the lessons and values learned in Scouting to guide my decision-making. The Scout Oath tells us that we have a duty to God, to country, and to self, and to God, to country, to others, and to self. And this is a checklist that I use when voting on the House floor. Scouting enables the next generation of youth to develop leadership skills, connect with their community, build self-confidence, and gain numerous other benefits for themselves and their country. The Scouting program is one of the best youth organizations for cultivating a sense of responsibility. It allows youth to become engaged citizens who care and respect their communities. And I always cherish the time I spent in Scouting and value its role in shaping me into whom I am today. Mr. Speaker, for more than 100 years, Scouting has instilled essential values into our young people. This organization has helped develop academic skills, self-confidence, ethics, and citizenship skills that continue influencing these Scouts' adult lives. The impact of Scouting cannot be measured. This monument stands as a powerful tribute not just to the Boy Scouts themselves, but to the values they carry and their positive impact on our communities, nation, and the world. Let this memorial remind us of our responsibility to support and inspire the next generation to dedicate themselves to a lifetime of service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak about an urgent challenge facing our nation. One that is left unresolved could lead to an economic and moral disaster. This challenge is the uncertain future of our dreamers, individuals who embody the very spirit of the American dream. These dreamers were brought to this country as children without any fault of their own. They grew up with our kids, attended our schools. They pledged allegiance to our flag, the only flag that they've ever known. If given the chance, many would die for it, as many have done through their service in the military. They share the same hopes, the same dreams, and the same dedication to building an America as all of us. They contribute as taxpayers, small business owners, educators, artists, and aspiring public servants. And during the pandemic, they stepped up as essential workers. They served as doctors, nurses, and first responders to keep our communities healthy and safe. But instead of being recognized and celebrated, they live under the fear of constant threat, not because of their actions, but because of our inaction. They live in fear that at any moment their lives could be uprooted by the stroke of a pen, or a court decision, or a tweet. Every day they contribute to our communities, strengthen our economy, and make America a place worth living in. Let's make one thing clear, Mr. Speaker. Immigrants are dreamers and are a tremendous economic force in the good of this country. Regardless of what some people in the majority may say or want to believe, one study found that immigrants account for 17% of the U.S. GDP, or more than $3.3 trillion. And make no mistake, dreamers pay their fair share and more. Since 2020, when President Obama created the DACA program, DACA recipients have paid some $20 billion in federal and payroll taxes, and a further $13 billion in state and local taxes. In my very own home state of Texas, which has the second highest number of DACA recipients, dreamers contribute over $16 billion annually to our state's economy. Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker. The U.S. economy cannot afford to lose this workforce, the talent, and the drive that dreamers bring to this country. In Texas alone, if DACA were to end, it would result in an estimated 2,600 job losses every single month, including 200 healthcare jobs and 100 educators. That is nothing short of a national failure. Congress has a responsibility to act and pass solutions. Bipartisan bills like mine, the American Dream and Promise Act, could pass in this House today if only it were brought to a vote. This legislation would provide dreamers with the security they deserve and ensure our economy remains competitive. According to some estimates, creating a pathway to citizenship for dreamers would increase the GDP by over $799 billion in 10 years. That is not chump change. And it would create more than 250,000 jobs. Unfortunately, very few Republicans are working with us and are even willing to sit down and talk so that we can move forward on this issue. But for the sake of our economy and our future, I hope that course changes. Mr. Speaker, please work with me and my Democratic colleagues to get this done. I know we can take care of dreamers and immigrants who contribute to our economy and do more together to secure our border. To close, I want to share the story of 3 fellows who served in my office this past year. They served our constituents, upheld our Constitution, and exemplified what it means to be an American, all well knowing we could never even hire them in the end, full time. There were dreamers. There were bright, young, dedicated people who deserve a permanent place here without fear of deportation. They and their families deserve better. It's time for Congress to work together on a bipartisan basis to pass the American Dream and Promise Act and to keep the American dream alive. We cannot let it die. We cannot let it go cold. Step up, act with courage. Let's pass the American Dream and Promise Act. Let's secure our border and unleash the economic potential of dreamers across the country. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'm waiting for posters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 9929, the Correction Officers Blake Schwartz Suicide Prevention Act. This critical legislation, which I introduced, creates a grant program to fund mental health screenings and provide essential resources for corrections officers, men and women who face some of the most dangerous and mentally taxing work in law enforcement. Correction officers are exposed daily to verbal, physical, and sexual abuse, creating an environment that takes a profound toll on their mental health. Tragically, suicide rates among these officers are far higher than the national average. It's unacceptable that those who protect our communities are left without the support they need to protect their own well-being. This bill is backed by the National Fraternal Order of Police, representing over 377,000 officers who stand with us in calling for action. I urge my colleagues to join me in passing this vital legislation, ensuring our corrections officers get the mental health they deserve. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of World War II veteran Henry Langer, who turned 100 on November 4th. As a native of Clinton, Iowa, Henry left school in 1942 to join the United States Army's 82nd Airborne Division, and at 19 years of age was one of the first paratroopers to jump in during the landing at Normandy. Following the battle, Henry was wounded and taken as a prisoner of war, sent to Czechoslovakia to work in a camp mining coal, where he later escaped in a harrowing runaway. Following his escape, he returned to Clinton and began a successful career in business. All in all, Henry has been the recipient of 2 Bronze Stars, 2 Purple Hearts, and the French Legion of Honor. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in wishing a true American hero and an example of Iowa's best a very happy birthday, Henry. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Iowa football head coach Kirk Ferentz on recording his 200th win in the Big Ten Conference, moving him into 2nd place all-time. Coach Ferentz's historic victory came at home against the Washington Huskies, where the Hawkeyes dominated with a 40-16 win. Since then, Iowa has earned 2 more victories, bringing Coach Ferentz's total to 202 wins, just 3 shy of an all-time record for the Big Ten coaching victories. Coach Ferentz has led Iowa since 1999, guiding the team to 2 Big Ten championships and earning 4 Big Ten Coach of the Year honors, along with the prestigious AP College Football Coach of the Year award. Beyond wins, Coach Ferentz has built a culture of excellence that has shaped countless young athletes, and I know personally that he considers these athletes like his family. Coach Ferentz, congratulations on this remarkable achievement. We look forward to celebrating your future success as the all-time winningest coach in the Big Ten. Go Hawkeyes. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the hard work and dedication of Megan Purcell. Ms. Purcell has worked as an art teacher at Mark Twain and Herbert Hoover Elementary Schools in the Bettendorf Community School District for the past 15 years. Her outstanding performance has earned her the title of Iowa's Outstanding Elementary Art Educator of the Year. It is educators like her that shape the minds of young future generations and lead us towards excellence. Her dedication to the education of Iowa's youth has been inspirational. She has been honored as the district's Employee of the Quarter and received the National Artsonian Educational Leadership Award. She has attended 6 National Art Education Association national conventions and presented workshops on curriculum design and bookmaking techniques at the 2024 National Art Education Association Conference in Minneapolis. It is my hope that she can continue to inspire educators across the nation to go above and beyond in our institutions of learning. Ms. Purcell knows that it is the pursuance of excellence that sets us apart. It would serve us all well to remember that. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentlelady yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Peters, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor Mayor Richard Bailey of Coronado, who will conclude his service as mayor this December. Since first being elected to the Coronado City Council in 2012, later as mayor in 2016, Mayor Bailey has demonstrated a steadfast commitment to working with Congress to achieve clean beaches for Coronado. Known for his dedication to local issues and his role in representing Coronado on the Sandag Board, Mayor Bailey has tirelessly advocated for his constituents. I very much appreciate the help he's provided me by reaching out to his contacts in Congress on the other side of the aisle to help us get funds approved to fix and expand the South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant, which cleans sewage that crosses our border. We've had several meetings here at the Capitol and at home, and he's been a critical partner in our work to stop this terrible environmental and public health crisis. It's an enormous challenge, but Mayor Bailey's known for taking challenges. He's also known for becoming the first American mayor to reach Everest Base Camp shortly after finishing the Boston Marathon. His leadership has strengthened the city of Coronado and has set a standard for service. As Mayor Bailey moves towards his next chapter, we thank him for his years of public service and for the positive legacy he leaves behind. I ask my colleagues to join me in recognizing Mayor Richard Bailey's contributions and wishing him all the best in the future. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Kinsey Willen from Cumberland County High School in Burkesville, Kentucky. Kinsey was runner-up in the Kentucky High School Association Girls State Golf Tournament. This was a very competitive golf tournament. I knew several of the girls in the golf tournament from around the state, and Kinsey finished second overall. In Kentucky, we don't have classes. Every school competes against every school, the big schools against the little schools. Kinsey's achievement was the highest athletic achievement in the history of tiny Cumberland County High School. Kinsey was also recently named the KHSAA 4th Region Girls Athlete of the Year. Kinsey's parents, Lanny and Christy Willen, are good friends of mine and are leaders in the great community of Burkesville, Kentucky. Congratulations again to Miss Kinsey Willen from Cumberland County High School. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the voters of America for overwhelmingly turning out to re-elect a Republican majority in the United States House of Representatives. I had the honor of serving this Congress as chairman of the House Oversight Committee, and I plan on serving my final 2 years as chairman in the next Congress. The House Oversight Committee passed 23 good government bills through this House body, most of which received bipartisan majorities. The House Oversight Committee also led many successful investigations and probes, including our bipartisan PBM investigation. That's pharmacy benefit managers. Our investigation revealed, along with our 3 bipartisan committee hearing, that the pharmacy benefit managers were actually doing opposite of what they were created to do. They were created to help lower the price of prescription drugs, when in fact, in many instances, they have actually increased the price of prescription drugs. I believe our work on the House Oversight Committee will lead to significant reforms for the PBM industry in this next Congress. We also had many other successful investigations, the most high profile of which was the Biden family influence peddling investigation, which revealed that the Biden family received tens of millions of dollars from our adversaries around the world, and according to the two IRS whistleblowers, never paid a penny of taxes on it. And despite the President of the United States saying he didn't know anything about it, never met with any of these people, he met with every single one of them. We achieved many of our objectives with respect to providing the American people with the truth. We provided the American taxpayers with badly needed oversight, despite massive, and I repeat that, Mr. Speaker, massive opposition from the Biden-Harris administration, as well as constant disruption and dishonesty from Ranking Member Jamie Raskin. I hope that this next Congress, on the House Oversight Committee, we can work together to get the backs of the American taxpayers to provide the badly needed oversight that the American people deserve and that Congress is supposed to provide. I'm excited about the future because I'm confident that the Trump administration will be more transparent than this current administration has and cooperate with us and do things like provide information when we request it. We work for the American people. We work for the taxpayers. The taxpayers have taken it on the chin, Mr. Speaker. They expect Congress to provide oversight. They expect good government. They expect efficiency and transparency with their hard-earned tax dollars that they send here in Washington, D.C. They have not been getting that, Mr. Speaker. I also look forward to working with Elon Musk and the new Efficiency Task Force. I think there are lots of opportunities there, Mr. Speaker, to save significant amounts of tax dollars. We cannot continue to operate in this body spending $1.5 to $2 trillion a year more than we take in. It is not sustainable, and it's led to excessive spending. The American people spoke loud and clear. They want good government. They want efficiency and transparency. And Mr. Speaker, I pledge that the House Oversight Committee will work together to see that the American people get the efficiency and transparency in the government that they deserve. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm deeply concerned that history is repeating itself. Anti-Semitism, Jew hatred, the demonizing, terrorizing, and killing of innocent Jews, especially women and children, is returning with a vengeance. I want to take us back 83 years to December 15th of 1941 in Liepaja, Latvia. For 3 terrifying days, German Nazis and Latvian collaborators rounded up thousands of Jewish women and children, forced them to march in the freezing cold to a beach on the Baltic Sea, ordered them to strip off their clothing, and shot them dead in groups of 10, while others looked on, terrified. This horrific massacre has been memorialized by a brilliant Jewish artist in my community, Victoria Carlin Milstein, in a sculpture she has named She Wouldn't Take Off Her Boots. The sculpture, which stands in LeBauer Park in downtown Greensboro, shows a grandmother, her daughter, her 3 granddaughters, arms locked together, awaiting their gruesome fate. All are barefoot except the grandmother, who, in an act of defiance, refused to take off her boots. The sculpture was based on a haunting photograph taken by the Nazis to document their cruelty. The artist has placed a bronze camera in front of the statue so each person can look through the camera lens and see exactly what the photographer saw before the family was shot. Each person who looks through that camera is a witness to the unimaginable cruelty that was inflicted on innocent Jews while others stood by, either complicit or silent. A film has been made about the creation of this sculpture and a curriculum written to educate students and teachers about this dark time in history when 6 million Jews were murdered in the Holocaust. Tragically, we are experiencing the violent cruelty of anti-Semitism today. On October 7th, 2023, thousands of men from Gaza invaded Israel, tortured, burned, and murdered more than 1,200 innocent people. And these Hamas jihadi terrorists, driven by Jew hatred, subjected women and girls of all ages to unimaginable acts of torture, mutilation, rape, violence intended to dehumanize and humiliate Jewish women and girls before they were murdered. And just like the Nazis 83 years ago in the Liepaja massacre, the Hamas terrorists filmed their horrific acts to memorialize their unspeakable cruelty. These acts should shock the conscience of the entire world, and yet for too long, the world stood silent, and despite overwhelming evidence, some continue to minimize or deny these war crimes. But another Jewish woman, Sheryl Sandberg, made a film to show the world what happened on that terrible day, to allow the victims to tell their stories. And just like looking through the camera in front of Victoria's statue, we can all watch Sheryl's film and bear witness to the horrors of anti-Semitism. I am proud of these Jewish women who have taken action to make sure we do not allow these atrocities to be denied or forgotten. We must all take heed of the words of Elie Wiesel, which are inscribed on the base of Victoria's statue. The opposite of love is not hate, it is indifference. As a nation, we must not be indifferent to the alarming rise of anti-Semitism across our country and around the world, from Los Angeles to New York to Amsterdam to Lithuania to Israel. I call on my colleagues and all Americans to speak out against anti-Semitism and hate in all its forms and take action. Let us not be indifferent. Mr. Speaker, it has been over a year since Hamas launched a brutal attack on our ally Israel, slaughtering 1,200 innocent people and taking hundreds of innocent people hostage. Today, the families of these hostages continue to live in unthinkable anguish, desperate for their loved ones to return home safely. And among them is the family of Keith Siegel from my home state of North Carolina. On October 7th, Keith and his wife Aviva were kidnapped from their home in Kfar Aza and held captive together in inhumane conditions, underground, lacking food, water, and even air. After 51 days, Aviva was released in a hostage exchange, but Keith, now 65 years old, remains in those horrific tunnels. We must continue to fight for the return of Keith and all 100 hostages. We must keep them in our hearts and speak up for them.
The gentleman from the great state of Arizona, Mr. Siscomani, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the Wilcox Softball's Little League team for their perseverance and their hard work. After winning back-to-back Arizona Little League state titles, this team was crowned as West Region champions and were invited to play at the World Series tournament. Unfortunately, they came up a little short on the 5-2 defeat in one of the elimination games, but we are so proud of them. While they were not able to make it all the way, I know that Cochise County and the entire state of Arizona is incredibly proud of the Wilcox Softball's first World Series appearance. They're not only the 5th team from Southern Arizona to ever make it this far, they have made our district proud with resilience and their competitive spirit. Keep up the great work. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the new president of the University of Arizona, my alma mater, Dr. Sarush Garamella. I've met and spent time with him, and I am deeply impressed with what I have experienced. Dr. Garamella is a tireless champion for students who is well suited to lead the university into an even brighter future. He's a passionate educator who fosters the creativity of his students and empowers them with the tools to pursue their own American dream. Throughout his career, he has personally mentored 90 graduate students and 50 postdoctoral scholars, many of whom were placed in prestigious faculty positions across the United States and the world. Additionally, Dr. Garamella serves on the National Science Board, which acts as an independent body of advisors to Congress and the President on policy matters related to science and engineering. I am grateful for Dr. Garamella's leadership and look forward to working with him to support the university and its students. Bear down. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Mo Sheldon, who will be stepping down as CEO of Northern Cochise Community Hospital at the end of this month, and thank her for all her invaluable work. Mo joined the hospital in 2020 and has successfully led them over the past 4 years, including during their transition to Tucson Medical Health Center in 2021. In FY24, Mo and I worked closely to secure $859,000 in federal funds for much-needed upgrades and repairs to the main entry area and the emergency department, which are only 50 years old. Mo is a pillar of her community, and she has dedicated herself to serving her patients and strengthening the healthcare system in our rural communities. Mo, you will be dearly missed, but your legacy of servant leadership will continue to echo far into the future. Thank you for your commitment, dedication, and your hard work. It truly made a difference in our communities. Laura and I wish you all the best in this next chapter in your life. Thank you so much, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all know that water is life. Safe, accessible, affordable drinking water is a human right. In 2021, I was proud to work with Representative Debbie Dingell and the Energy and Commerce Committee in helping establish the Low-Income Household Water Assistance Program. We were able to get $1.2 billion financial assistance program to help pay off bills and debts to keep people's water connected, especially during the pandemic. The program, of course, saved countless lives, but the money has run out, and millions of Americans all across our nation are still struggling to keep up with their bills, and many are having their water shut off as we speak. We already have a permanent program right now for gas and electricity utilities for our families called LAHEAP, but we have nothing for water utilities, and it's already gone up 400% the cost of water. So with this bill called Half Century Update for Water Accessibility and Affordability Act, we are establishing a bill that would dedicate funding every year to keep people's water flowing. The program, Mr. Speaker, will direct financial assistance and bill payments, debt relief. What I also love is that it's going to help with water efficiency upgrades like plumbing repairs that is much needed in very old homes all across our nation. We're going to set up a community advisory committees made up of residents, nonprofits, utilities, and other local stakeholders that will help advise the EPA on how to set up and implement these programs. And Mr. Speaker, the act will also go to help fund local nonprofits to help with technical assistance to help many of our families. We're also going to collect the data that is necessary to improve this program every year to make the biggest impact. This bill will also ban the practice of water shutoffs as punishment for not being able to afford your bills. It's inhumane to have our families in the richest country in the world not have access to water. We always seem to have the money, Mr. Speaker, to send more bombs and weapons, but not support working families who can't live without water. Mr. Speaker, I want to celebrate United Community Housing Coalition's 50 years of service to our communities. It's an amazing organization that in the past 5 decades worked on life-saving housing assistance for many thousands of our neighbors throughout Detroit and southeastern Michigan. The United Community Housing Coalition has been critical organization helping families retain their homes, helping folks become homeowners, and be able to protect neighborhoods from abandonment and blight. UCHC has served as a beacon of hope for many of our residents in building a sense of community and empowerment. Their efforts in one of the sometimes the most difficult time during the recession helped many Detroiters understand their legal rights, avoid foreclosure, fight eviction, organize, and secure housing. I'm proud of their 50 years of extraordinary service to our families. Please join me, Mr. Speaker, in recognizing UCHC's impact as we continue to strive towards a future where everyone has a safe and secure place to call home. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about, quote, Biden's 30-day humanitarian deadline. The Biden administration has continued to ignore reports from its own experts, international human rights organizations, and the United Nations that the Israeli government is blocking humanitarian aid into Gaza in violation of U.S. and international law. ProPublica has published a detailed account of how the U.S. State Department submitted report after report to Congress that contradicted the findings of the department's own experts and those of other agencies. The Israeli government is using starvation as a weapon of war. Look at this picture. It is evident that blocking U.S. humanitarian aid is clear that it's happening and that it is a blatant violation of Section 220I of the Foreign Assistance Act. In a letter to the Israeli government on October 13, Secretary Blinken acknowledged that the Israeli government is violating U.S. law by blocking aid and gave them 30 days to comply. The letter demanded 350 trucks to be allowed into Gaza per day. And guess what? According to Israel's own data and own government, only 57 trucks were allowed into Gaza per day in October, if that's even true. And this is the lowest amount of aid into Gaza in a year. On November 1st, top United Nations officials said the entire Palestinian population in northern Gaza is an imminent risk of dying from disease, famine, and violence. This week, Mr. Speaker, Secretary Blinken exposed his lie by announcing that there will be no change to any policy despite admitting that the Israeli government has still failed to comply with all of their demands. Secretary Blinken has continued to lie to Congress and should resign. U.S. law is very clear. No nation blocking U.S. humanitarian assistance can receive U.S. weapons. The Biden administration cannot pick and choose when they comply with our own laws. Children are forced to eat pet food and bug-infested flour. Look at this and do not turn your back on, again, being complicit to this war crime. But Blinken says there's no need to change our own policy. Shameful. I yield.
The gentlelady yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford, for 5 minutes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the 80th birthday of Mr. Franco Cupini. Born in the heart of Rome, he was determined to make his mark. Excuse me. Let me start that over. I rise today to honor the 80th birthday of Mr. Franco Cupini. Born in the heart of Rome, he was determined to make his mark on the world through his culinary talents. He learned the intricacies of Italian cuisine and earned himself a position at Via Madama of the presidential palace, serving President Giovanni Leone and the other distinguished government dignitaries there. He moved to the United States in 1968, bringing the flavors of Italy to the Midwest with his brother Carlo. They owned several restaurants, and he solidified his place as a top-tier chef of the Ritz-Carlton in St. Louis. In 2003, Franco and his son Eddie opened up a restaurant in Kansas City in Westport, Cupini's. We eat there often. What began as a modest 1,500 square foot deli quickly became a local treasure. Over the next 21 years, the restaurant grew in size and dedication and quality, and Franco was a repeated guest on our morning show on Fox 4 News. Franco's love for his homeland is a testament to his lifelong dedication and passion. His story is one of hard work, determination, and a love for good food. Happy birthday to my good friend Franco Cupini, and thanks for keeping the culinary spirit of Italy alive and well. Ciao bella. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an outstanding educator from Columbia, Missouri, Ms. Erica Shadwell, who successfully participated and was selected as part of the prestigious Fulbright Teachers Exchange Program for 2023-2024 academic year. Ms. Shadwell is a dedicated teacher at Ann Hawkins Gentry Middle School and really shared her expertise and passion for education with students in Ghana, fostering cross-cultural understanding and enriching the lives of countless students. The Fulbright program is a beacon of international exchange and cooperation, and Ms. Shadwell's selection reflects her exceptional dedication and commitment to education. Her work represents the excellence of Missouri's educators and the importance of building bridges between our communities and the entire world. We're proud of Ms. Shadwell's achievements and her role as Ambassador of Knowledge. Her efforts will inspire students both in Missouri and abroad. So, Mr. Speaker, please join me in congratulating Erica Shadwell on this remarkable achievement and wishing her the very best in this exciting and impactful endeavor. Well, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and remember Corporal Gerald Jerry Newton Wilson, a true American hero for Max Creek, Missouri, whose remains, after more than 7 decades, have finally returned home. Corporal Wilson was born on December 18, 1930, and enlisted in the Army in 1948, serving bravely in the Korean War with Fox Company. He was reported missing in action in July 25, 1950, following a fierce ambush by North Korean forces near Yeongdong. For decades, Mr. Speaker, his family endured the heartache of uncertainty, with his remains resting unidentified in the UN military cemetery until the Defense POW MIA accounting agency confirmed his identity in 2018. On October 11, 2024, his remains were returned to Camdenton, accompanied by a tribute procession from across our state, an honor for a soldier who gave his life in the line of duty. Corporal Wilson's sacrifice and unwavering faithfulness to his country remind us of the true cost of freedom. Rest in peace and welcome home, Corporal. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Larry Dobson, a remarkable leader and selfless servant in Missouri, for receiving the Lieutenant Governor's Senior Service Award. Born on July 4, 1948 in Harrisonville, Missouri, Larry's dedication to education and community service has shaped countless lives across our great state. From his impactful career as an educator and guidance counselor in the Raymore Peculiar District and Blue Springs District, to a steadfast commitment to Peculiar United Methodist Church, Larry has embodied the spirit of service. He's contributed more than 50 years to numerous community boards, including Caring Hearts of Peculiar and the Missouri Bluebird Society, where he's worked tirelessly to enrich his community and uplift others. Larry's motto is, "Do unto others as you would have others do unto you," the golden rule. It's a guiding principle that has inspired a lot of us over the years, and inspired him certainly. Today, we celebrate Larry Dobson's legacy and his profound impact on the great state of Missouri. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Nickel, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week stung. As Democrats, we simply failed to convince the American people we have better ideas to solve their problems. But we do. Now we need to dust ourselves off and get ready to fight. We can't let Donald Trump's extreme MAGA agenda go unanswered or unopposed. Zone defense isn't going to work. We're going to have to go man on man. So here's an idea for how to organize our opposition. We need to borrow from our British friends and appoint a shadow cabinet to fight back against the worst abuses of a second Trump administration. The special relationship between the United States and Britain extends not just to our strength on the global stage, but also to our shared commitment to democracy. Across the Atlantic, the British have something we don't: a team from the opposition that mirrors the government's own cabinet members. They watch the cabinet closely, publicly challenging, scrutinizing, and offering new ideas. It's another form of checks and balances, a quiet guardrail that holds those in power accountable. With a shadow cabinet, there's no hiding. Each decision by the government faces a ready counterpoint, not just from the media and voters, but also from political leaders poised to step in. Shadow cabinet members can also become the clear point people for advocacy and grassroots organizers, making it easier to unify and amplify the solutions that those in power are ignoring. It's democracy's insurance policy, and it strengthens the government too. There's no room for lazy ideas when rivals stand ready to step in. And it strengthens the government too. So what would a shadow cabinet look like here in the United States? We certainly would make it our own American version. We have an amazing wealth of talent on the Democratic side of the aisle in Congress. People loyal to the Constitution and ready to be the watchdogs for an out-of-control Trump administration. Democratic leaders Hakeem Jeffrey in the House and Chuck Schumer in the Senate could appoint 26 members of Congress to go one-on-one with each member of Donald Trump's cabinet. If Trump attempts to weaponize the justice system against his political opponents with Matt Gaetz at the helm, we could see incoming Senator Adam Schiff as our shadow attorney general, arguing against replacing our independent prosecutors with Trump loyalists. If Trump seeks to eliminate the Department of Education, Congresswoman Johanna Hayes, a former Teacher of the Year, could step up as shadow education secretary to loudly defend public education in the United States. If Trump orders Marco Rubio to hand Ukraine and much of Eastern Europe to Russian President Vladimir Putin, Congressman Greg Meeks, as Shadow Secretary of State, could be a strong voice in support of maintaining international relationships and protecting democracy at home and abroad. Senator Michael Bennet as Shadow Treasury Secretary, and Congresswoman Susan DelBene as Shadow Commerce Secretary could help ensure the middle class and small businesses have a voice in government and call out Trump's proposed tax cuts for billionaires and corporations. As Shadow Defense Secretary, Congressman Adam Smith, a great representative for the people of Washington and not a Fox News host, could counter Trump's threat to use military force against his political opponents and work to ensure that the Department of Defense stays loyal to the Constitution and not some wannabe dictator. And Senator Tammy Duckworth could argue against cuts to the Department of Veterans Affairs that would delay the benefits and care our service members have so rightly earned. If Trump hands over the EPA to big oil ally Lee Zeldin, we could see Congresswoman Kathy Castor pushing back for environmental protection and conservation to protect the air we breathe and the water we drink. And if Trump pushes to ban abortion nationwide, Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro could step in as Shadow Secretary of Health and Human Services to defend women's right to choose and argue against the gutting of Medicare by Trump and his cronies. Mr. Speaker, new times require new solutions. The Shadow Cabinet isn't just about opposing extreme MAGA attacks on our government. It's also about making clear what we stand for, not just what we're against. It's time to show, not just to say, what we believe in: justice, accountability, and democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in solemn remembrance of William Noel Billy Lawless, a member of the Irish Senate, immigration activist, successful entrepreneur, pillar of the community, and proud Irish American. Born in Galway, Ireland, where he was raised on a dairy farm, Billy saw President John F. Kennedy give a speech as a young boy when our first Irish-American U.S. president visited Ireland in 1963. After that experience, he knew he wanted to move abroad to the United States. In the meantime, he prospered in Galway, becoming a beloved part of his community, successfully owning and operating a restaurant and pub. But his boyhood dream of coming to America persisted. At 48 years old, he made it a reality. An accomplished rower in his own right, set to represent Ireland in the 1976 Olympic Games until he withdrew to care for his ill father, it was his daughter moving to the East Coast to row that helped him make the final decision. Billy arrived in the U.S. in the late 1990s. He opened the Irish Oak Pub in Chicago, Illinois. Billy would go on to open many successful restaurants and be a leader in the Chicago hospitality industry. But that was not the only thing that occupied his time. He had begun to hear a common story. People who had overstayed their visas but didn't want to leave the communities that they had grown to love so much in the United States. His Irish heritage informed his commitment to others who struggled for citizenship like himself. Billy became a leader in the Illinois Coalition for Immigrant and Refugee Rights and co-founded the Chicago Celts for immigration reform. In 2014, He introduced President Barack Obama at the Copernicus Center for a speech on immigration reform. That same year, both he and his beloved wife Annie proudly became American citizens, one of the world's great privileges. For St. Patrick's Day celebrations, you could often find him honoring the holiday at the White House. Billy used his voice and identity as an immigrant himself to help others. He successfully lobbied for a bill in Illinois that made driver's licenses available to individuals regardless of immigration status. And he worked with the Illinois Business Immigration Coalition, where he collaborated with business leaders to persuade elected officials to support immigration reform, creating a bipartisan base of support. In 2016, he became the first senator based overseas in the Irish Senate after his appointment by Edna Kenny, then Ireland's Taoiseach, giving a voice to the Irish diaspora that enriches every corner of our diverse nation. His businesses and restaurants live at the center of Chicago's hospitality industry, and his legacy for fighting for immigration reform continues to have ripple effects throughout the nation. I'm grateful for our years of friendship, strengthened by our shared commitment to our Irish culture. While serving as a senator, our Buffalo Irish community welcomed Billy and Annie to see how we honored and lived our shared heritage. We visited the James Joyce Collection at the University at Buffalo, a literary treasure honoring the Irish novelist, and many Irish monuments in Buffalo, including the Fenian Invasion Monument and the Western New York Irish Famine Memorial. I joined the long list of those inspired and heartened by his compassion and dedication, which he used to make his community and our country a better place. Billy Lawless was a consummate gentleman, a visionary, and a brilliant international leader. He leaves behind his wife Annie, his 4 children, Amy, Clodagh, Billy Jr., and John Paul, and his 8 grandchildren. May Senator Billy Lawless rest in peace, and may his vision for ever closer ties between the United States and Ireland continue to flourish. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to speak for 1 minute, 5 minutes. This week I came back to Washington with the idea of trying to give President Trump a chance, an open mind, hold my tongue a bit. It's been difficult, and it'll get more difficult, it appears. I first got inspired to get in government because of John Kennedy. I knew every single one of John Kennedy's cabinet members. They were referred to in a book as the best and the brightest. And that's what we used to have in our cabinet in the United States of America. We're the best and the brightest. And what we've seen with the nominations that have come forth and the request for changes in the Senate's confirmation policy really is scary and should be of concern to the American people. It's a red light on the possibility of loss of democracy and the implementation institution of autocracy. Mr. Trump asked the Senate leadership to give him a 2-week period when he could make Senate recess appointments, something that's permitted in the Constitution, but it was permitted because of the idea that back when they drew the Constitution, that if the Senate took a recess, it could take weeks or months before they could all get back to Washington by trains or horses or however they traveled back in those days in the late 1700s to conduct business. That's not the case anymore. And the Supreme Court has ruled in a case about 10, 15 years ago that I think it was Justice Scalia was the lead on the court, that this should only take place in an intercession between the times the Senate ends a term and begins a new term, and not simply whenever they decide to take off. Well, President Trump has asked Senate leaders, candidates, and the Senate leader who was chosen, Mr. Thune, all said they would do it when Mr. Trump asked him to do it, to have a period when he could have his appointments for cabinet to come forward and be approved because of lack of action by the Senate in what's called a recess appointment. Well, that's a dereliction of the Constitution, and anybody that goes along with it should be questioned. The Senate is to act as a check and balance on the President and his nominations and appointments of cabinet members. The Senate meets, has hearings, and votes to confirm or not to confirm nominees. To not have hearings, to not have votes, because his, or at least some of his cabinet recommendations are so abhorrent that they would scare the American people and have a spectacle in bringing forth the facts about their backgrounds, the lack of experience, and the lack of character that they've shown in their times in government and in life here on this planet. To not have hearings, not have votes is dereliction and an offense to the Constitution that has the Senate as a check and balance before nominees are approved. The worst was yesterday when Matt Gaetz was recommended for Attorney General. And after his recommendation, he flew back and forth to Washington with President-elect Trump. He announced his resignation from this body. And by so doing, he thwarted an ethics investigation that's been going on in the House Ethics Committee concerning alleged conduct that he'd had with a 17-year-old girl, sexual conduct, his involvement in activities in using illegal drugs, use of his congressional powers for the benefit of people illegally, use of campaign funds for personal activities, and other offenses that would call for the expulsion of a person from this House. By his resigning from the House, that investigation ends because the committee no longer has jurisdiction over him. But he will become a nominee for Attorney General to go through the recess process where all these facts won't come forth. I would hope that our Ethics Committee and the chair of the Ethics Committee, who's done a great job on other occasions and I have great respect for, would release the results of that study to the American public because they should see it. They should see the work that's been done and they should see the type of person who is going to be brought up for Attorney General of the United States, even if the Senate doesn't want to bring it forth with hearings. As I understand it, the report would be eye-opening and extremely damaging and should be released to the American public. They have a right to see it. The recommendation of Tulsi Gabbard to be the head of intelligence when she's mostly been known for controversial statements supporting our foes around the world from Syria to Russia to Iran is disturbing and challenging. And the suggestion that the Department of Defense should be led by the host of Fox and Friends on weekends as his main contribution to society is scary to our soldiers who need the best and brightest at the helm. I thank the Speaker for his time, and I yield back the balance of mine.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mourn the loss of Vernon Leon Davis. Leon Davis was a firefighter for over 30 years in Blackshear, Georgia. Mr. Davis worked his way up to Assistant Fire Chief of Blackshear while serving part-time over his expansive 30-year career. Sadly, Mr. Davis passed in the line of duty while helping this Blackshear community during Hurricane Helene. This hurricane has hit Georgia and the southeast region of the United States hard. Without the tremendous efforts and service of people like Mr. Davis, our communities would not be able to recover. Mr. Davis was known to be an exceptional man by his family's friends and all the people he worked with and throughout his career. He is deeply touched the Blackshear community and will be greatly missed by many. Our community is forever indebted to Mr. Davis's service, and I send my deepest condolences to his family and friends. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Howard Young's 100th birthday. Born on November 25, 1924 in Louisiana, Howard Young has lived an incredible life. Howard grew up in Louisiana during the toughest of times, the Great Depression, and those experiences shaped Howard for the rest of his life. His upbringing instilled in him a love for his church, hard work, and helping those in need. At 17, Howard joined the Navy and served our nation in the Pacific Theater in World War II. After his service, he left the Navy and moved to Houston, where he entered college. Even after his retirement at 58, Howard is well known throughout the community for his busy schedule of volunteering for organizations including the United Way, the Alzheimer's Association, his church, the VA, and many more. Howard is also a local celebrity in the GOP and often quips that he became a Republican after Governor Huey Long levied taxes on food during his childhood in Louisiana. Today, I ask that we all come together to celebrate this great man and congratulate him on 100 years of a young life. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mourn the loss of Ed Zipperer. Ed was born in Savannah, Georgia on August 8, 1931, where he grew up working on his family's vegetable farm along Highway 17. Ed attended Savannah High School, where he was a standout in football. He then played at Clemson University before earning an agricultural engineering degree from the University of Georgia. He went on to coach basketball in 1965, forming one of the few racially integrated teams in the state. For games on the road, Ed even brought a hot dog machine to feed his team. Ed continued making a difference in this community by serving in the state senate from 1967 to 1975. Ed was instrumental in creating the Skidaway Island State Park, Fort McAllister State Park, and Kings Ferry Ogeechee River Public Recreational Area. His dedication has helped to preserve land in South Georgia for generations to come. Additionally, Ed was the president of the Chatham County Farm Bureau for 45 years. I ask that we take a moment to mourn Ed Zipperer and thank him for his life of service that will always be remembered by the people of South Georgia. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the work of Gerald Jerry Curry, the now former GOP Deputy Chief Counsel for the House Energy and Commerce Subcommittee on the Environment. Jerry's impressive tenure in the U.S. House of Representatives began before me and several of my colleagues here today during the 101st Congress. After graduating from Marquette University, Jerry worked for Representative Scott Klug and Paul Gilmore, handling environmental issues related to the Energy and Commerce Committee. Mr. Curry then served on the committee for 23 years, specializing in chemical management and playing a large role in rewriting the Toxic Substance Control Act. While we honor Jerry's dedication to the committee for all these years, we recognize nothing surpasses his love for Marquette basketball and his lovely wife and children. On behalf of my office and the committee, I would like to thank Jerry for his faithful service to the committee and the U.S. House of Representatives. We wish you the best in your next endeavors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Ryan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to honor and thank, I rise to honor and thank the brave fire crews who are battling the outbreak of wildfires that are currently devastating the Hudson Valley, centered in Greenwood Lake, Warwick, parts of western Ulster County, and have now spread into New Jersey as well. Undaunted by the great personal peril they are facing, these heroes are willingly putting their own lives on the line to protect our neighbors and our communities. To each and every member of our fire and emergency response crews, you are saving lives. Thank you. Your every action has spared families and property from heartbreak. You are preserving our Hudson Valley as our cherished home. Thank you for your unparalleled selflessness. I also want to thank Orange County Executive Steve Newhouse, his entire fire services and emergency management team for your around-the-clock, 24/7 work and regard for protecting the safety of our community. We've also seen an outpouring of support from throughout the entire region across multiple states. Firefighters traveling in from across the Northeast who see our community in need and are answering the call to help, who are putting their own lives at risk to protect communities that aren't even their own communities. I want to recognize the profound service, sacrifice, and life of one of those very heroes. Dariel Vasquez was an 18-year-old state parks aide from neighboring Ramapo in Rockland County, who just a few days ago laid down his own life at the age of 18 to protect our Greenwood Lake community from the catastrophic fire raging in Sterling Forest. Dariel was truly the best of what the Hudson Valley is: hardworking, genuine, compassionate, a reliable shoulder to lean on for anyone and everyone who needed one. He was widely known throughout the region for his prowess and power on the baseball field as the captain of his high school baseball team, but was even more widely known for the limitless friendship and brotherhood he extended to every person he met. I join the entire Hudson Valley in mourning the tragic loss of such a young, bright life, and send my deepest condolences to his family and friends, and my thanks. We are forever indebted to him in our community for his unwavering bravery and heroism. To all those in our community who are facing unimaginable loss, the Hudson Valley takes care of each other, leans on each other, and carries each other through anything. This has been true for centuries of our history. It remains true today, and I'm confident it will be for many more to come. My thoughts are with those facing such loss and with our fire crews who still, at this moment, throughout all last night and into this morning, are putting their lives on the line while wildfires, are still raging. Mr. Chair, I rise to honor the memory of World War I veteran John Lodge Stoneman, who was finally given a proper burial at our brand new Ulster County Veterans Cemetery last Thursday, November 7th, more than 62 years after his passing. In 1917, John courageously answered our nation's call to service as the U.S. entered into the Great War. He put his life on the line for years, and our nation and our community owe him a debt of gratitude we can never repay. His legacy deserves the absolute highest place of reverence and honor. But unfortunately, his remains for over 61 years had remained unclaimed since his passing in 1962. Through tireless efforts, Wiltwick Cemetery volunteer Kathy Wade pieced together the story of John's entire life. I'm so grateful that my office and team was able to help assist her in obtaining his military record so he could finally receive, decades later, the honorable burial he was long overdue. I want to thank Kathy and the countless other community members who made it their mission to lay Mr. Stoneman in his final and rightful resting place, especially our great Ulster County Veteran Service Agency, our Ulster County Sheriff's Department, the Patriot Guard, VFW, and American Legion, who all work together from across our community. Thanks to their work, John Lodge Stoneman will now rest alongside his fellow heroes and ensure his place in American history is recognized for years to come. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, everybody knows when it comes to ribbons, blue is the best color to receive. Our Department of Education gives out blue ribbons to the very best schools across the nation, and that's exactly what they did for St. Michael's Academy of Fernandina Beach, Florida. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor St. Michael's Academy for earning the highest honor an American school can achieve, the National Blue Ribbon Award, with only, get this, Mr. Speaker, only 356 schools from the entire nation were selected from a pool of over 100,000. St. Michael's has done it, and they have proven once again that they are an excellent, outstanding academic institution. We already knew that Fernandina Beach was home to the best beaches and shrimp around, but now we know that education is also at the very top of its list. Schools don't get this prestigious honor by having students with great test scores or just running the 100-yard dash very quickly. In order to win this award, schools need straight A's in every category, and that's exactly what St. Michael's has done. They managed to crush their report card. I ask my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, to join me in recognition of St. Michael's Academy and their continued tradition of academic excellence. Keep up the good work, St. Michael's, and let's keep the blue ribbons coming. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, good teachers get apples, but great teachers get to work at Briceville Elementary School. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Briceville Elementary School in Nassau County, Florida, for earning the highest honor an American school can achieve, the National Blue Ribbon Award. Out of more than 100,000 schools nationwide, the Department of Education honored only 356 with the National Blue Ribbon Award this year. The Blue Ribbon Award is given to schools with not only the highest test scores, but also those that have closed the achievement gap, ensuring that every single student can succeed. Briceville Elementary is a small school with big accomplishments. Their teachers and leadership work incredibly hard to deliver the best possible experience for their students. And now the whole nation knows just how great Briceville is. I ask my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, to join me today in recognizing Briceville Elementary for their stunning example of Northeast Florida academic excellence. Keep up the good work, and let's keep the blue ribbons coming. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Rise up, O Lord, and show us your compassion. Reveal your steadfast love in our lives this day, that our eyes would be opened to your abiding presence with us and in all that the day sets before us. Be patient with us if we are slow to acknowledge and appreciate your guiding hand in our comings and goings. Be tolerant of us and grant us your wise counsel as we strive to be faithful in confronting the decisions facing us this season. Don't abandon us, but in your mercy, wait for us to come to you. Wait for us as we come to realize that nothing we do today is more important than opening our hearts to receive the grace you want to lavish on us. Nothing is more demanding of us than your command to share your love with those around us, that all would know of the justice and peace you desire to grant to your people. In your righteous name we pray. Amen.
The Chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, please join in.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The Chair lays before the House a communications.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on November 13, 2024 at 3:38 p.m. that the Senate passed Senate 2581. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
The Chair lays before the House a communications.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, I hereby resign as a United States Representative for Florida's 1st Congressional District, effective immediately, and I do not intend to take the oath of office for the same office in the 119th Congress to pursue the position of Attorney General in the Trump administration. Signed sincerely, Matt Gaetz, Member of Congress.
Under Clause 5D of Rule 20, the Chair announces to the House that in light of the resignation of the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gaetz, the whole number of the House is 433. The Chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. Purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize November as Military Families Month. With more than 5.2 million military families in the United States, this month is necessary to acknowledge the tremendous sacrifices our military families make. These families are the unseen strength behind our nation's military. While the focus is often on those in uniform, we must never overlook loved ones who carry the weight of their absence, move wherever duty calls, and keep life steady even when things around them feels uncertain. In times of peace and conflict, these families stand as pillars of strength, embodying the values of courage, dedication, and selflessness. Let's recognize the sacrifices they make, the birthdays, the holidays, and the milestones missed. Let's thank them for their support and commitment to our country, and let's promise them our own support in return. Mr. Speaker, please join me in thanking our veterans, service members, and military families for their service and sacrifice to our country. May God bless our military families, our service members, and our great country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the World Series champion Los Angeles Dodgers. Last month, to most baseball fans' delight, our Dodgers completed a gentleman's sweep to defeat the New York Yankees in the World Series. This season was nothing short of remarkable. Shohei Ohtani's contract broke records, and he continued to break more in the Dodger blue. Ohtani became the first MLB player to record at least 50 home runs and 50 steals in a season and broke Sean Green's team home run record. Just wait until he can pitch for us. From Ohtani and Freddie Freeman playing through injuries to Walker Buehler's improbable return, this team battled and defied the odds to make history. We are celebrating this team from LA to Korea to the Dominican Republic to Japan. Haters can talk trash all they want, but there's no COVID season asterisk next to this one. The LA Dodgers are your World Series champions, and we will run it back next year. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the pride of Hayes America.
Excuse me. The gentleman will suspend. Do you have unanimous consent request?
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak before the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman from Kansas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the pride of Hayes America, a dedicated staffer of 7 years, my longest-serving staffer, and my real-life friend, Braden Dreiling. Braden and I met when I was a state senator, and he was a front desk staffer for the majority leader. Our professional relationship rose from a Cracker Barrel lunch and grew into a true partnership. He's been my chief, my most trusted confidant. He's always the first and the last in the room, always wanting and expecting the best from me. He always has a level head, regardless of circumstances. Braden and his wife have 2 beautiful daughters, and although his service in Washington is coming to a close, I know he'll make his friends and family proud as his service to Kansas will continue on. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revive and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The irresponsible policies of Biden and Harris have cost American families $13,000 a year. However, with the return of President Donald Trump, partnered with Speaker Mike Johnson and Senate Leader John Thune, Republicans will drive down prices and increase jobs for American families. Due to Kamalaflation, prices have risen over 20%, 22% in South Carolina alone. Americans are spending more on everyday necessities compared to President Trump just 3 years ago. Eggs are up 69%, gasoline up 38% or more, baby food and formula up 31%, chicken up 26%. Leading the Trump-Vance innovations will be the talented Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, co-leading the newly created Department of Government Efficiency. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. Trump will reinstate the existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength. I yield back.
The gentleman from South Carolina yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I want to discuss for a moment a recent report of a FEMA supervisor, maybe there's more than one, instructing workers to skip over certain homes with particular political signs or affiliations at their house. It really shouldn't matter what the political affiliation might be, but the idea of skipping over certain homes in a hurricane-ravaged zone or any other disaster is pretty offensive. So what we're hearing is that at least 20 people in this example in Florida, 20 different homes, missed out on critical aid that they should have gotten just the same as anybody else. So we know FEMA's mission is to assist any American that's been in a declared disaster area and help them through that difficult time, regardless of any political affiliation or any other type of affiliation. Under the Biden administration, the agency's priorities, at least with some staff, have shifted away from disaster preparedness and instead shifted towards political discrimination. We need to focus FEMA once again, and they've done a lot of good work on a lot of things. But if this is happening in an organization, not only should resignations or firings happen, but those that do such a thing should be prosecuted for this kind of discrimination. That needs to happen because people need to have confidence that FEMA is doing the right thing. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1568, I call up H.R. 8446 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 610, H.R. 8446, a bill to amend the Energy Act of 2020 to include critical materials in the definition of critical mineral and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1568, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Natural Resources printed in the bill is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority members of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designee. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stanbury, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 8446.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 8446, the Critical Mineral Consistency Act of 2024. H.R. 8446, introduced by Representative Ciscomani, would amend the Energy Act of 2020 to add critical materials from the Department of Energy Critical Materials List to the United States Geological Survey's Critical Minerals List. Currently, each agency uses different metrics when constructing their respective list. DOE's methodology for critical material determination is forward-looking. It accounts for international demand scenarios and growth trajectories, specifically for energy technologies. On the other hand, currently USGS's process only uses historic data to determine supply risk to the U.S. economy and national security. By law, all the minerals on USGS's list are automatically included in DOE's critical materials list. H.R. 4446 would enable the process to work in the other direction by placing critical materials on the critical minerals list. The Critical Mineral Consistency Act is a straightforward solution that enables each agency to retain responsibility for reviewing minerals under their respective purviews while clarifying persistent confusion over critical minerals versus critical materials. And as you can see, even speaking about it on the floor, it's easy to get the two confused. The bill cuts across jurisdictional red tape while preserving each agency's discretion and expertise in adding items to its list. Both critical minerals and critical materials are just that, critical. Without reliable access to essential materials such as cobalt and lithium for batteries and copper and aluminum for transmission lines, the U.S. risks failing to meet future economic and energy demands. Such a situation would lead to increased dependence on the market decisions of adversarial nations for critical minerals and materials. H.R. 8446 passed out of the Natural Resources Committee on a bipartisan vote because both sides of the aisle understand the importance of critical minerals and materials. I encourage my colleagues to once again come together to support this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to yield myself such time as I may consume.
No objection.
I rise today in strong opposition to H.R. 8446. This bill has a fairly innocuous seeming purpose on its face. It would amend the Energy Act of 2020 to add critical minerals as designated by the Department of Energy to the USGS, which is the agency that handles minerals issues for the United States, to a list of critical minerals. My colleagues across the aisle will argue that this bill is simply for consistency, to streamline, that we have too many lists to manage critical minerals and materials, which of course are so important to our country. So it's important to harmonize these lists and make sure that we are operating the federal government in a streamlined manner. But it's critical that the American people understand that this is not the full story. In fact, this bill is the direct result of years of heavy lobbying and influence to the critical minerals list. Because as you see, the critical minerals list is defined as all non-fuel minerals that are used as essential materials for national security or that may pose a supply chain vulnerability to disruption. The critical minerals list is designed to focus attention and vital resources on the most essential and at-risk mineral supply chains. USGS's critical minerals list and DOE's critical mineral list may sound similar, but they have different purposes because of the differences in how these lists are used and the federal mandates for these agencies. They have different purposes that are not interchangeable. The Energy Act of 2020 directed USGS to update the list of critical minerals to guide its use for infrastructure investments under the legislation that we passed here in 2021. As directed by a separate provision in the Energy Act of 2020, the Department of Energy undertook its own assessment of critical materials that were specific to energy needs, because that's what the Department of Energy focuses on. USGS is the agency that has existed since the 19th century here in the United States to take stock of, to identify, and to support the federal government in understanding our geology, our minerals, and what we do with them. It affects the entire economy. And it may sound very simple to streamline and combine these lists, but not only do they have different purposes, they have far-ranging consequences. The importance of the USGS critical minerals list cannot be understated. This list drives billions of dollars in federal investment and permitting decisions. So let me tell you a little bit about what happens if you get placed on the USGS list, which does not apply to the DOE list. It means that companies are eligible for millions of dollars in tax credits and grants under various bills that Congress has passed, including the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS and Science Act, and many others. It also allows for permit streamlining under previous legislation that Congress has passed. Now, what that essentially translates into is expedited reviews. And folks at home may be saying, well, isn't that a good thing? Well, if you look at the environmental, social, cultural impacts of mines and how they affect communities, you need a federal process that makes it possible for our communities to weigh in. There is a public comment process so that you can go and say, hey, we don't want this mine in this place. For our tribes, it puts into place a federal consulting process so that our tribes can protect their sacred and ancestral lands. For communities, they can comment on the environmental and water impacts of potential mine operations. For our public lands, it means we can protect the sites that are used for recreation, for fishing, and the values that we hold dear for both environmental and recreational purposes. And importantly, it also affects the impact of whether or not, after mines go in, there is liability and legal remedy for the pollution that mines cause. If our public is not able to comment on mines during the permitting process, they will not have judicial standing if these mines are abandoned or there's not appropriate care taken in the aftermath of the mine operations and efforts to close the mine down and remediate the lands. That means that the public taxpayers and the people are left holding the bag, not the multinational mining corporations who are seeking to open these lands for mining. So when you look at it in its totality, the very seemingly simple act of just saying, let's harmonize these two lists and put it all under the rubric of the Department of Energy's list may seem like a simple no-brainer. But what it amounts to in its totality is a massive multi-million-dollar giveaway to multinational corporations that are seeking to mine public lands in the United States. And it should be no surprise that it is industry lobbyists that have been working to get this change in the law for years. And we have seen many different incarnations of this bill, some of which have been very explicit about copper in particular being added to the list, and some of which are a little more opaque, like the bill we see in front of us today. But it's very clear that the copper industry is who is driving this bill in front of us today. Now, we have to be realistic. Copper is an incredibly important resource. It is used in everything from our transmission lines to our electronics, consumer products, cars and trucks. And even though it is designated as a critical material for energy purposes under the DOE list, it is not currently on the USGS list because it is not at risk of supply chain disruption. In fact, the United States is a net exporter of copper. Let me repeat that. Copper is not at risk of supply chain disruption. We are exporting our copper. So why is industry pushing so hard to open new mines on our public lands? Well, guess what? There's a lot of money to be made. And it turns out that the major holder of the two companies that are pushing for this bill is the Chinese government. How ironic is that? In fact, we know that over 10% of one of the largest copper mining multinational companies in the world that is seeking to open a copper mine in Arizona is pushing for this bill to expedite the permitting, to reduce the timelines, to make sure that the public and tribes cannot comment on whether or not they want the mine there. We know that there are mine sites that have been identified that would be on sacred lands, and we know that it would have devastating impacts for the water supply of the state of Arizona and the entire Southwest. But in addition to that, copper mining is an incredibly disruptive activity. It is pollution heavy, it impacts the landscape, smelters are notorious for emitting air pollutants, and in Arizona, arsenic levels have been recorded at 150 times higher than state health guidelines, posing higher cancer risks to communities. And we know the well-known impacts to water and to acid mine drainage in our communities. But on top of all of this, and I think this is the part that should raise all of our concerns, is that the copper industry is trying to use their influence through lobbying, through campaign donations to our colleagues, and it should be of no surprise that the primary sponsor of this bill and the other bills like it come from the very state where these mining companies are seeking to mine, are on sites that have already been identified as unsuitable for copper mining. They are tribal sacred sites in a number of cases. There has literally been decades of effort from the copper industry because there are high quality copper deposits in many of these places, including in Oak Flat, which is a place that has been held sacred by the Apache people since time immemorial. Why are our friends across the aisle trying to advance a lobbying bill on behalf of a multinational set of corporations which are held in part by Chinese government inholdings on American lands that would violate the basic human, cultural, and religious rights of our indigenous communities? I let the American people decide why they think that's happening, but it is certain that we just came out of an election, isn't it? So I think that it's crucial that people understand that this isn't a simple streamlining bill. This isn't about just, oh, we should harmonize this list with that list. This is about foreign influence on the mining industry, on the copper industry here in the United States. And I ask my colleagues across the aisle who have voted time and time again on this very floor to prevent foreign companies held by our adversaries, including China, from buying American lands, from trying to take American water rights. Why on earth would you be advancing a bill that would literally give away mining concessions to companies that are held by foreign adversaries? And why would you do it when we know that our communities have already resoundingly said, no, we do not want these mines in our communities. They will harm our cultures, our communities, our waters, and our public lands. So I look forward to hopefully getting some answers to these questions, but the American people should understand what this bill actually is. And I urge my colleagues to oppose H.R. 8446, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, there were a lot of claims made from my friends across the aisle about what this bill does and what its intent and purpose is. And I think I need to clarify some of this. First off, I heard the term or the claim that this bill would cost billions and billions of dollars to the taxpayer. Well, I'm not going to ask to submit it for the record because it's already part of the record. It's the CBO score for this bill that says at most a $2 million cost to administer the program, which actually seems high to me, but it's far from billions of dollars of handouts to anyone. That's what the Congressional Budget Office said. That's what I'm repeating here. Also, claim was made that we're exporting copper, but I would like to submit for the record and ask unanimous consent to submit U.S. Geological Survey's Mineral Commodity Summaries of 2024 that shows that we import 46% of the copper that comes into the country. That's on page 64 of that report.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And also, it was mentioned about the demand for copper, and I do agree with that. We have an insatiable demand for copper. A lot of that's created by some of the massive spending programs that our friends across the aisle passed a few years ago. There's estimates that say we need to mine more copper than we've mined in the history of the world in the next 20 to 30 years. So there is a big demand for copper, and we're blessed in the United States because we have that copper here that we can use to create jobs, to grow our economy, to help national security. And, this bill's not about copper, but if we want to talk about copper, I think we have a very strong position on our side of the aisle on how we see copper and how copper can play an important role in the economy going forward. Also, it was talking about DOE's list and USGS's list, and I just want to clarify that the critical minerals on USGS's list automatically go into DOE's critical materials list. This bill would take DOE's critical materials list and make it synonymous with USGS's critical minerals list. And by the way, USGS supports this legislation, and you would think if this administration's USGS had a problem with doing that, they wouldn't have supported the bill. So I know there's a lot of claims made, but I think it's important that we get the facts out here in the debate. And with that, I would like to recognize the author of the bill from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani, and yield 5 minutes to him.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Westerman, for yielding me time. And thank you for clarifying a series of those points that were expressed by our friend on the other side of the aisle that you clarified so well. I rise today in support of my bill, H.R. 8446, the Critical Mineral Consistency Act. This bill, which passed with bipartisan support through the House Natural Resources Committee and was recently introduced in the Senate with also bipartisan co-leads, would require the U.S. Geological Survey to incorporate critical materials identified by the Department of Energy into the USGS critical minerals list. Under the Energy Act of 2020, items appearing on the USGS critical minerals list are automatically included on the DOE's critical materials list. However, items on the DOE list are not reciprocated to the USGS list. This discrepancy is confusing to mineral producers and makes it unclear which minerals are critical to the United States mission. In addition to creating unnecessary confusion, the disconnect between the two lists puts our domestic supply chain at risk. Other countries like China and Peru have specifically articulated and invested in the minerals they deem critical. Meanwhile, here in the United States, several minerals are indisputably essential to our national security and clean energy economy, such as copper, electrical steel, fluorine, silicon carbide. They're all listed as critical materials and not critical minerals, making them ineligible for expedited permitting processes and other benefits. This legislation would create some consistency within our agencies and signal to the world that we are taking seriously the importance of domestic production for our critical minerals like copper, and that we're taking it seriously. In Arizona, copper is one of the state's 5 Cs, alongside climate, cattle, cotton, and citrus. Copper mining is embedded in our state's history, and today, Arizona remains a leader in copper production, providing the nation and the world with the copper it needs to operate. But despite Arizona being a leader in copper production, dozens of potential copper mines in America remain untapped due to the burdensome regulations by the federal government, handicapping our own domestic mineral production and relying on imports from foreign countries. Not only harms our national security and economy, but it also hurts the environment, because we know when we mine in America, we do it safer and we do it cleaner than just about anywhere else in the world. According to various reports, the world is expected to need around 50 million metric tons of copper annually by 2035 due to the growing energy demands, and another recent study found that without increased domestic production, the U.S. will be 60% reliant on imports of copper by 2035. That's alarming. In a world where foreign wars have created massive instability in the global economy, we should not be reliant on other countries for critical materials that are used in everything, and critical minerals, I should say, that are used in everything from military vehicles to our electrical grid infrastructure. It is high time we take tangible steps to onshore mineral production, and this legislation does just that. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense bill, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you. I think this is a really important debate for the American people to hear. I want to first address the comments that were made about these companies who are seeking to get access to public lands for copper and other minerals as being confused. Let's talk about the specific corporations that have been lobbying for this bill and the variations of this bill for years. Freeport, which is one of the largest copper mining companies in the United States, is worth $61 billion. Rio Tinto, an international conglomerate, the very one that is held by Chinese government holdings, is worth $159 billion. I asked my friends across the aisle, do you really believe that a multinational corporation that's worth $159 billion in multiple countries and continents is confused about permitting? I don't think so. $159 billion is 18 times the annual budget of the state of Arizona. Come on, guys. We're not fools. These companies have spent decades lobbying to open public lands, and specifically the sites that they're looking to mine on in Arizona. And in fact, it's why places like Oak Flat were set aside, because they are cultural sacred lands of tribes. And the copper industry 100 years ago had tried to mine on those lands. But we recognized as a nation that we don't want to mine on every single inch of American lands, because there are places where it is not suitable. It is not suitable for cultural reasons. It's not suitable for environmental reasons. It's not suitable because we don't want to look at a giant hole miles across in our backyards. Now, we need mining. We need minerals. But let's be clear. These companies are not confused. They spend millions of dollars every year lobbying the United States Congress and giving campaign donations to our friends who are running for Congress. This is not confusion. This is influence. So let's be very clear about what we're talking about. Now, I want to also address the claim that this is not about copper. Well, last night I went on to congress.gov, the American people can go do this, and there are like 6 different variations of this same bill. Some of them actually specifically name copper, and some do not. Guess what? It's the same sponsors, literally the same sponsors of this bill. So I can appreciate, and I always try to take my friends at face value. Okay, you're saying this has nothing to do with copper, but I encourage the American people to actually go do their own search, because this same bill has many iterations. Now, let's talk a little bit about the statutory and the cost considerations of this bill. Again, we heard the claim this is just about streamlining definitions, no big deal, but let me repeat. The USGS list not only confers the benefit of billions of dollars in potential tax subsidies and grants under many different federal programs, which the Department of Energy list does not, but it will permit actual streamlining and reduction of timelines, public review, and judicial review of mining operations, which effectively means for all of you out there who are listening, you don't get a say if this multinational corporation, which the Chinese government partially holds, gets to put a mine in your backyard. My friends across the aisle are always asking us to have common sense. Does this make common sense to you out there? Of course not. The public has a right to comment. The public has a right to be participants in decisions that the federal government makes on our public lands, and tribes have a fundamental right under the Constitution, treaty, and trust responsibility to help inform and decide whether or not we mine on tribal lands or lands that are important to our tribes. And the public has a right to say we don't want this because it's going to impact our future livelihoods. So for our friends to claim that, oh, this is just a simple definitional change in streamlining is really about taking away fundamental rights. Now, I think it's instructive. We had a lot of conversation before the election about Project 2025, and our friends across the aisle kept trying to distance themselves from it and say, oh, we're not actually planning to do that. But we printed out some of Project 2025 today, and I want to point you all to some of the choice sections on page 376. They want to pursue critical minerals. Oh, yeah, that's right. And on page 537, there's a whole section in Project 2025 about opening tribal lands to critical minerals mining. Does that sound familiar? Ironically, also on page 725 of Project 2025, there's an extensive discussion about how the Chinese government is plundering mines and critical minerals here in the United States. So it sure does make you wonder why my friends are pushing this in the final hours of this Congress as we're headed towards the closure of this Congress. And with that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, we're talking about copper, so let's talk about copper a little bit. This chart shows that in 1995, we produced 2.3 million tons of copper, and China produced 0.7 million tons. That's about 3 times more copper we produced in the United States in 1995.
In 2020, China was up to 9.8 million tons a year, and we were at 0.9 million tons. So you can see our overall production actually went down. China's skyrocketed. So in 2020, they were producing 11 times more copper than we produce here in the United States. And it's not because we don't have copper deposits in the United States. It's because people don't want copper mining and production in their backyard. But you know, copper doesn't, if you're building a copper mine, you don't get to choose where the copper is located. That's been long ago determined that the copper's in these places. Sometimes it's in federal land, sometimes it's on private land. And the reason our production has gone down is because we can't permit new copper mines. We also can't permit copper refineries. The other side of this story is we have 2 copper refineries in the United States today, and China has over 50. So with estimates that we need to produce more copper going forward in the next couple of decades than has been produced in the history of the world, you can see where that production is going to come from unless we decide to mine the copper in our country, unless we decide to build responsible mines where there aren't human rights violations, where there aren't environmental violations, where we do things better, safer, more efficient than any place else in the world. Someone who knows how critical these minerals are to our defense and to our way of life here in America is the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman, and I yield 2 minutes to him.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Critical Mineral Consistency Act. This measure is an essential step forward to secure our supply chains and in so doing to protect our national security and economic competitiveness. Today, critical minerals like lithium, cobalt, and graphite are the building blocks of everything from advanced weapon systems to consumer electronics. Every advanced economy depends on these resources, but the challenge we face is that these minerals are a limited supply and overwhelmingly sourced from China. Our dependence on the Chinese Communist Party for these materials puts our energy independence, technological leadership, and national security at risk. China has deliberately developed in its control the supply chains to build leverage against Western economies. It's been developing these capacities for decades, and it's already using it. China has placed export controls on gallium, germanium, and graphite just last year and announced new controls on antimony this August. This will continue to put us at risk unless we act. Currently, the United States Geological Survey and Department of Energy each maintain separate lists of critical minerals, leading to inconsistency in policy and program funding. These lists use different standards to determine what made a mineral or material critical, and this misalignment led to crucial elements like copper being listed by one agency while being ignored by the other. This bill is simple but significant step forward to streamline interagency coordination, improve efficiency, and ensure the federal efforts to stockpile, recycle, and develop alternative supplies from these minerals are focused on the same priorities. We must ensure that our nation has the resources it needs to remain a global leader in defense, energy, and innovation. And we cannot be at the mercy of China that uses forced labor and destroys environments around the world. My colleagues would like for China to continue to use forced labor. They'd like for us to continue to see them increase the production of copper. They'd like to see us continue to advocate for human rights violations in using forced labor, and also to make sure, too, that they're destroying environments.
Gentleman's
Thank you,
time has
folks on the other side of the aisle, for your stand on human rights. Not so much.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Well, I appreciate it, Mr. Speaker, and to my colleagues across the aisle. And absolutely, you are so right. We do want to prevent our foreign adversaries like China from working to outcompete us and to make sure that they do not have access to control our supply chain, which makes it particularly confusing that the bill you're trying to advance today is about copper. I want the public to note that they said it's not about copper, but they just happen to have all the talking points about copper right there printed out, ready to talk about copper. It is about copper. This is about the copper industry who has been lobbying for this bill for decades, and in particular, several large multinational conglomerates, including Rio Tinto, which is one of the largest in the world, which is held in part by the Chinese Communist Party, who would like to mine on specific sites in the state of Arizona that have already been identified as unsuitable. Unsuitable for cultural reasons, unsuitable for tribal reasons, unsuitable for water reasons, unsuitable for public lands reasons. You can say that this is just about harmonizing lists, but the Department of Energy does not have purview over permitting on our public lands. The Department of Energy's legislative mandate, as created by this body, is to oversee our nation's energy systems. The Department of the Interior, where USGS sits, who manages our public minerals and our understanding of them, is the federal agency that makes the permitting decisions, the legal decisions, the executive decisions, and the tribal consultations that affect when, where, and how minerals are accessed on our public lands. So this is about a lobbying effort by multinational corporations to move the lists in such a manner that it will open our public lands to mining on sites they have already identified, in which the public has in various ways already said, no, no thank you, or they want a process for the public to actually weigh in on. So I hope that my friends across the aisle, because it does sound like we have a lot in agreement, will agree that the Chinese Communist Party is buying up minerals and mining projects around the world. In fact, the Chinese government has been stockpiling critical minerals for years, which has created a crisis for the United States. And yes, while they are mining copper in their lands, we have to ask ourselves, why is a multinational company that the Chinese government is massively bought into and trying to open copper mines in the United States getting a free pass by U.S. congressmen on the House floor? I mean, really, guys, I really would like to know why this is happening. So I hope that we can agree that we should not be allowing that kind of foreign influence in our permitting decisions. And so for this reason, and at the appropriate time, I would like to offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. And it was noted a moment ago that USGS supported this bill. I want to tell you all that we contacted USGS last night based on the testimony that they submitted. And while they said that they agreed with the concepts in the bill, that it needed technical changes in order for them to actually support it. So if the House rules permitted, I would have offered a motion with an important amendment to this bill. But my amendment, my motion to recommit, is common sense. It would prohibit any federal benefits associated with being on the critical minerals list, what this bill is trying to accomplish, from going to our foreign adversaries, including companies they own and the subsidiaries of these companies. So I would like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the text of my amendment.
Without objection.
I sincerely hope that my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit so that we can protect our nation's natural resources and our supply chain from our economic adversaries abroad. I reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm going to read directly from USGS's testimony on this bill in committee. As a possible way to manage the two lists, the USGS supports this bill. That's verbatim from their testimony in committee. Also, I mean, we can talk about copper for a long time because it's the poster child of misguided principles and misguided regulations in our country. But there's more on the list than just copper. Let's talk about electrical steel. Electrical steel goes into transformers. If you want to build new transmission lines and transmission systems, you have to have transformers. You can't build transformers without electrical steel. It's not on the critical minerals list, but it's on the critical materials list. What about fluorine? Nuclear reactors and electronics depend on fluorine. It's on the critical materials list, not on the critical minerals list. Here's a good one, silicon carbide. You know, Congress passed this massive bill to subsidize semiconductor companies to build chips factories here in the United States. Actually, it was called the CHIPS bill. We're going to build chips facilities in the United States, but we can't produce the silicon carbide needed to put into those chips facilities. So it's about a lot more than copper, but copper is the big material that's out there that should be obvious to everyone, that if we're going to have a more electrified economy, if we're going to build more electronics, if we're going to have more renewable energy systems and transmission lines, copper is absolutely critical to it, and that's why there's such a large projected demand for copper. Fortunately, we actually have copper in the United States, and I next want to recognize and yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota who has, I believe, the largest copper deposit, largest cobalt and nickel deposit in the world located in his district, but decades of permitting and we're still not producing copper, cobalt, or nickel from those mines, and also I believe they have platinum and palladium. Mr. Stauber.
The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Hailing from the great state of Minnesota, Mr. Chair, Minnesota has the most mineral wealth of any state in our nation, with the exception of Alaska. And I've heard my colleagues on the other side of the aisle talk about how they support mining. I disagree that they support mining, and you know why? Because this administration, Mr. Chair, hasn't opened up one mine. And again, not one mine in the United States of America under the Biden administration. So they say they support mining so long as it never happens. Furthermore, Mr. Chair, any mining done in the United States of America must follow our environmental standards and our labor standards. You know, it was mentioned moments ago about the Chinese Communist Party. I want to bring one more mineral. It's called antimony. 1 month ago, the communist country of China stopped exporting antimony to the United States. Antimony that's made for conductors. Antimony that's used in our explosive devices for our military. Antimony that's used for our medical instrument devices manufactured here in the United States. We have antimony mines in the United States, potentially, if we're allowed to mine them. And furthermore, in the Inflation Reduction Act, the $7.4 billion, Mr. Chair, that was put forth towards electric charging stations, we've got 11 of them. The government has actually installed 11 charging stations for EV vehicles across this nation. $7.4 billion they were given. Furthermore, they have removed, the Democrats and this administration have removed the Buy American requirements for those charging stations. You know why, Mr. Chair? Because they won't let us mine here, and the percentage of minerals needed to meet the IRA demands can't be met unless we mine here in the United States of America. Mining is our past, our present, and our future. Mr. Chair, not only has this administration stopped mining in Minnesota, but they've stopped it in North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, Wyoming, Nevada, Washington, Oregon, New Mexico, California, Pennsylvania, and the list goes on and on. This is the most anti-mining administration in the history of this country, and we are going to suffer for it. Right now, antimony. We need to replenish our ammunition. We are struggling right now. That's why the Biden administration's USGS supports this H.R. 8446, the Critical Minerals Consistency Act, introduced by my good friend, Mr. Ciscomani from Arizona. He understands. We have to have the political will in this country, Mr. Speaker, to be able to mine here safely under our regulations. You know, we need permitting reform, which is going to allow us to mine here, process here, and manufacture here. Right here in America, using our jobs, our economy, our workers, which is going to benefit our economy, our communities, our strategic national security. Why would anybody not want to mine in this country using the best environmental standards and the best labor standards in the world? They are caving to the radical left, the anti-mining stance of their party. And on January 20th, the Americans are going to see a different attitude towards extracting these minerals that we are blessed with in this great country. We are blessed with these minerals. No other countries like us. No other country. If we have the political will to meet these needs, we can do it. I stand strongly in support of H.R. 8446. I stand strongly support in domestic mining. Again, Mr. Chair, I want to remind you and others, this is the most anti-mining administration in the history of this country, and it's going to end. We have to hold our strategic national security in the palm of our own hands. I'll be doggone if I'm going to allow China to control our destiny or other foreign nations. And I yield back.
Gentleman of Arkansas reserves.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close, and I do reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here once again today to oppose H.R. 8446, a bill that ignores science, ignores the facts, and would add copper to the critical minerals list to help wealthy multinational corporations, some of which are held by our foreign adversaries, to gain critical benefits, federal tax breaks, and access to our federal lands and tribal sacred sites. There have been some claims today about the Department of the Interior and USGS's stance on this bill. I want to be clear that while the USGS did respond to the bill and share information about how to harmonize the list, they identified specific issues with the bill about its scientific integrity. Let's be clear. USGS scientists use peer-reviewed methodology to determine whether or not copper or any other mineral here in the United States should be considered a critical mineral and be given the benefits that come along with being included on that list. Now, while copper and many of the minerals discussed here are important to our economy, they are important to our national security, they are important to the future of this nation, they do not currently have the same supply chain vulnerabilities that other minerals on that list have, and therefore do not qualify for the permitting and subsidy benefits that come with being included on that list. And I think that the American people would agree with all of the things that my colleagues said, that we should not be giving giveaways to our foreign adversaries who are trying to stockpile these minerals right now. So why on earth would we advance a bill that would give companies that the Chinese government holds financial interests in access to copper and other critical minerals here in the United States? It's crazy. Designating copper as a critical mineral will divert precious resources and attention away from other critical supply chains that need it critically right now. It will open permitting, environmental review processes, tribal consultation, and we know from history, because it has told us at every chapter in every generation, that it is our most vulnerable communities without power, influence, and money who will suffer the consequences. And in this case, particularly our tribal communities who have sacred lands that they have protected for countless generations. So while my colleagues may claim that this bill is necessary to support and build up our domestic supply chain, we've already seen how foreign influence is trying to grab a hold of U.S. copper. There are no safeguards in this bill, and I cannot emphasize it enough. This bill will allow foreign actors through their financial holdings, including our adversaries, to benefit from the U.S. public lands and resources and materials that they are trying to take and stockpile. And it will leave our communities with pollution and devastation. We just heard an argument that everything's going to change on January 20th. If you don't know, January 20th is Inauguration Day. Project 2025, it turned out it was real. Critical minerals, opening public lands, opening tribal lands, not protecting sites that we already knew were precious for sacred and other reasons. We just heard it right here on the floor. It's all going to change on January 20th. And so I asked my colleagues, who's going to benefit and at what cost to our communities, at what cost to the American people? And the claims that were made on this floor today about us not caring about our supply chain and about our people. We have one of the largest copper mines in the United States in New Mexico. We support our miners. We support our laborers. I would not be standing here on the House floor if my mother had not been one of the first women operating engineers to work at a coal-fired power plant in New Mexico. So I do not appreciate the assertions that we've heard here today that we are trying to attack workers, that we're trying to attack American sovereignty and national security, and that we don't care about our economy and supply chain because we are here fighting for the people. We are fighting for our communities. We are fighting for our tribal nations. And yes, we will see changes on January 20th, and that is why we have to stop this bill so that it doesn't give a carte blanche to Chinese financial holdings to mine with impunity on our public lands. And that is why I oppose this bill. And with that, I yield back the balance. I reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I did have a request for additional time. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what do we know about copper? It is extremely important to move forward with any of the technology that Americans are going to require, or certainly what government is liking to require on electric vehicles, on electrification of everything. So at a time where the demand for copper is going to skyrocket, be exponentially more, the U.S. is actually producing less copper than it has been. And you want to talk about a process of trying to get more copper online in this country. If it's over 2 decades to get a mine from an idea to operating to get through the permit process, well, certainly it's not like China is going to come in or someone else is going to come in and just run roughshod over people to get the permit process done, because you can hardly get a copper mine open in this country. So if you can't get that done, then how in the heck are we going to meet any of these standards for electrification or CO2 reduction by 2045 or 2050 if it takes over 2 decades? We've already missed the target on just producing the copper if it takes that long to open a copper mine. So simply harmonizing 2 lists, we're not even talking about the same bill, between DOI and DOE, it's crazy. To harmonize these 2 lists on whether copper is important or not between DOI and DOE, it's silly. We're not even talking about the same thing here. This is a simple bill to at least get the copper into the conversation so we can meet these extreme environmental goals people seem to want in California and on the other side of the aisle. So it's crazy to not at least harmonize that and have a better conversation about how to produce copper in this country. Thank you. I yield back to the gentleman.
The gentleman yields.
I reserve.
Thank you, sir. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that we have thoroughly debated the merits and the significant impacts of this bill on the American economy and national security, as well as our communities. But I would just like to point out that my colleagues started this debate by saying this is not about copper, and ended this debate showing us it is indeed about copper and the companies that own them. So I thank you for the spirited debate. I hope we will protect our national security. I hope we will pass my motion to recommit, and I hope we will stop this bill and the devastating impacts that it will bring. And with that, I yield.
The gentlewoman yields. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And to close, I want to go back to this idea of what mining in America could mean to America. We know that it has national security implications. We know that it has critical implications on being able to grow our energy sector, to grow our economy. But I want to look at just strictly the mining and manufacturing component from mining. The same report that I've already submitted for the record on page 4, USGS, along with Commerce, puts out this report every year that shows how much material we mine in the U.S., how much we export, how much we import, and we get a net value of last year was $129.7 billion. So of all the ore that we mined, net of exports and imports, it was worth $129.7 billion. That's a lot of wealth. But it pales in comparison to the amount of wealth that's generated when that raw material is converted into a metal. That material was worth $890 billion when it was refined into metal. So when we talk about generating wealth, and we're generating income for local communities, for American workers, not just by mining that ore, but by processing it into metal, we can increase it by 8 or 9 times the value, which means income for rural Americans. But then this same report shows that $890 billion worth of value created from this material, along with another $102 billion worth of material that we had to import, created an impact on our economy of $3.9 trillion. So think about that. When we use the resources that we have, it creates jobs in extracting those resources, it creates jobs in processing and refining those resources, and it creates jobs throughout our economy on manufacturing the goods and products that come from those resources. And I don't want it to be lost on anyone that historically, and this year is no exception, the U.S. Treasury receives about 16.5% of the GDP in tax revenue. So when we look at budget issues in America, for every $1 trillion we grow our economy, we're creating $165 billion more dollars going to the side of the ledger that we want it to go to, the income side, to help out with our budget. And at the same time, when we're promoting things that create high-paying jobs, we're taking money off of the other side of the ledger through social welfare programs. You know, President Reagan said it best. The greatest social welfare program ever invented was a job. It's time that we have these jobs in America using American resources, refining those resources, and manufacturing products from them. And that takes me back to H.R. 8446. It's a bill that lists to identify vital minerals susceptible to supply shocks. With this bill, each agency will continue to review minerals and materials for redesignation regularly, just as Congress intended. It was mentioned that there's no science behind this. We're trusting these agencies, USGS and DOE, to go through the same processes they've always gone through, but to put these lists together to have a comprehensive list. These lists were not meant to be static snapshots of siloed industries. They are meant to be flexible tools that foster collaboration between sectors and agencies to promote the well-being of our ever-changing supply chain. H.R. 8446 allows each agency the latitude to perform its own independent analysis. For example, DOE's most recent iteration of the critical materials list contains copper, electrical steel, fluorine, silicon, and silicon carbide. The USGS's critical mineral list does not contain those. These materials are used in power generation, electrical wiring, semiconductors, solar panels, transformers, defense applications, really all over and all throughout our society. We must continue to find ways to release China's stranglehold on our critical mineral supply chain. They've exploited their position on multiple occasions by instigating commodity dumping to make U.S. and our allied nations' own critical mineral production uneconomical. H.R. 8446 will provide the federal government with a clearer and more holistic snapshot of the materials we need to safeguard our economy, our energy, and our national security. I again want to thank Mr. Ciscomani for all his work on this legislation. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back. Well, before I yield back, Mr. Speaker, I want to seek unanimous consent to enter letters of support into the record from the following organizations: the National Association of Manufacturers, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, Mint Innovation, and the Copper Development Association, and also note for the record the support of the following organizations: the Business Council for Sustainable Energy, the National Electric Manufacturing Association, the Zero Emission Transportation Association, the Transformer Manufacturing Association of America, and the National Mining Association.
Without objection.
And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1568, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those in favor, those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend the Energy Act of 2020 to include critical materials in the definition of critical mineral and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Stansberry of New Mexico moves to recommit the bill H.R. 8446 to the Committee on Natural Resources.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1568, I call up H.R. 7409 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 609, H.R. 7409, a bill to amend the Geothermal Steam Act of 1970 to waive the requirement for a federal drilling permit for certain activities, to exempt certain activities from the requirements of the National Environmental Policy Act of 1969, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1568, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority members of the Committee on Natural Resources or their respective designees. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Strasberry, each will control 30 minutes. The chairman recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on H.R. 7409.
Without objection.
I rise today in support of H.R. 7409, the Harnessing Energy at Thermal Sources Act, or the HEATS Act. First, I want to thank my friend, Representative Young Kim, for being a leader on this issue and working with my staff and me to bring this bipartisan bill to the floor. H.R. 7409, the HEATS Act, is a common sense bill that would expedite the development of geothermal energy on non-federal lands containing federal minerals. Currently, geothermal operators on non-federal land producing any amount of federal resources must abide by all federal laws and permitting processes, even if the share of federal minerals is minuscule. Under this bill, such projects would still undergo a rigorous state permitting process, but would not be bogged down by duplicative and burdensome federal permitting processes. H.R. 7409 stipulates that geothermal wells on non-federal lands are not subject to NEPA, ESA, or NHPA if the United States holds an ownership interest of less than 50% of the geothermal estate and the operator receives a drilling permit from the respective state.
Notably, the bill would not impact the royalty paid to the federal government. Therefore, it would not reduce the federal revenues generated by geothermal production. In fact, it would actually increase federal revenues by reducing the administrative responsibilities of federal agencies and expediting the permitting process for geothermal development. Enhanced geothermal systems, or EGS, are created by injecting fluid deep underground in carefully controlled conditions to create new fractures and cause pre-existing fractures to open, increasing permeability below the surface. The process employs established technology already commonly utilized in the energy sector, and the DOE estimates that EGS could generate 60 gigawatts of electricity by 2050, and that represents 8.5% of the U.S. generation capacity. The best geothermal reservoirs suitable for EGS are located in states with federal minerals, including Colorado, California, Utah, Nevada, Idaho, New Mexico, and Oregon. Federal streamlining efforts like this bill will be necessary to realize EGS's full potential. Federal minerals, however, come with red tape. This bill provides a rational approach to streamlining the development of a proven renewable energy source. This common sense bill will help spur geothermal energy development and promote American energy independence as part of an all-of-the-above energy strategy. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman for New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise once again in opposition to another natural resources bill, which, much to my dismay, I would love to have the opportunity to be working on a bipartisan basis. But unfortunately, this bill is another one of those technical bills that is masquerading as an effort to support energy development on public lands, but is another assault on permitting processes, and specifically on the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. Under this bill, a geothermal project that starts on non-federal surface lands and drills into federal subsurface would not need a federal drilling permit if the subsurface makes up less than 50% of the total area drilled. Now, if your eyes went crossed when you heard me describe that technical language, let me help explain. The federal government manages our federal lands on the surface. That's where the soil, the trees, and all of that is. There is a separate permitting process for the subsurface. That's where we find oil and gas, other valuable minerals, and in this case, geothermal resources that we may want to develop for energy sources. They're two different permitting processes. So what this says is, if you have, let's say, a power plant or some other energy source on a piece of private land that is adjacent to or nearby federal lands, you don't have to go through the permitting process to figure out whether or not the drilling from here down across under our federal lands would be harmful. That's crazy. Wouldn't we want to know, as a scientific basis and a community basis, whether or not the drilling under our federal lands would be harmful for our communities? Of course we would. That is why we have federal permitting laws. That is why we conduct scientific assessments on whether or not drilling or permitting of resource extraction in the subsurface is a good or bad idea. In some cases, as we've seen, it can cause seismic activity, as we've seen with certain oil and gas operations. In other cases, it can cause contamination of groundwater. In other cases, it can cause subsidence of the surface, which could damage a national park or some sort of sacred site for a community, or just your viewshed. And taking away the permitting process means that folks could do things on private lands using our federal resources without having to ask the public if they think it's a good idea. Now, I'm a fan of geothermal. It's a great energy resource. There's nothing wrong with geothermal, but all of our energy resources have a footprint. They all look like something. And in this case, as you can see in this picture, geothermal is also an industrial activity. So what we're talking about is building these kind of facilities that might be an energy producing facility on a piece of private land next to your favorite national park, next to your favorite BLM lands where you like to go fishing, next to tribal lands that are sacred and important to our tribal communities. Don't you want the ability to be able to weigh in with the federal government about whether or not you want this to be happening in your backyard? Again, it's just common sense. So why are we running bills that are trying to take away common sense protections for our public and for the communities that would be impacted by them? Now, I have great respect for Representative Kim. We've worked on a bipartisan basis on many issues, including fire, science. Like I said, I'm a fan of geothermal. And in fact, we've been working on a bipartisan basis with our Republican colleagues on a number of geothermal permitting bills. In fact, there are 2 of them that passed by voice vote here on the House floor. Representative Curtis's GEO Act supports efficient approval of geothermal permit applications without sacrificing environmental and community review. A lot of members of this side of the aisle think that's a good idea. Why are we not trying to pass that bill? Maybe it has something to do with what was said during the last debate about what happens on January 20th. Representative Steele's H.R. 6474 would create a narrow categorical exclusion, again, more technical language, for geothermal exploration and development in recently studied or developed areas, giving geothermal parity with oil and gas development. Again, going back to the science. If we've already done an assessment of the subsurface and we know it's not going to have impacts, maybe it makes sense to have some sort of streamlined purpose. But to give carte blanche to private entities that might want to use federal resources without creating a process to look at the scientific integrity, the potential environmental impacts, the potential community impacts, to not provide a legal process for our communities to weigh in and potentially hold them accountable, just doesn't make sense. So we do have a problem with this particular approach. We would support responsible, well-balanced stewardship of our geothermal resources that do protect the public interest, that do protect our federal lands. But this bill is not really about that. So while I have great respect for the intent, which I hope is good, behind this bill, we do need to protect the public interest as we develop these large-scale projects, big or small, that are adjacent to and that would impact the federal subsurface. But no matter what, we are seeing time and time again in the final waning hours of this Congress that our friends keep trying to advance bills that we know are really just a setup for the next administration. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill. We have other bills that would address the needs of this industry, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, if we lived in a place called Utopia, a lot of this might be possible. I come from an engineering background, and some of the things I remember from those classes long ago are laws like energy can't be created or destroyed, it just changes form. And it would be nice if we could get electricity in the wire without having to have a geothermal plant or to mine coal or to mine gas or to build a solar farm. We haven't figured out how to do that yet. And if we want energy, we're going to have to use the sources that we've got where they are. If we want minerals, we're going to have to get them out of the ground. That can be a good thing because that can create jobs, that can create economic growth, and we can do it in a responsible way. This bill does not remove all permitting. It requires landowners to still get permits from states. It has protections built in for the environment, and it gives states and local communities a bigger seat at the table than to rely on some permit coming out of Washington, D.C. to develop a project that has a slight interest in federal minerals. So I commend the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, for bringing this bill forward, and I yield 3 minutes to her.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you. I want to thank Chairman for yielding and for your leadership in moving this bill forward. Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of my bipartisan bill, H.R. 7409, Harnessing Energy at Thermal Sources Act, or the HITS Act. Geothermal energy is a clean, renewable source of energy that can generate electricity, heat homes and buildings, and power industrial processes. More geothermal energy production will lower our environmental footprint and benefit the climate. Despite having a similar extraction process to that of oil and gas, geothermal energy is constrained by federal permitting restrictions. Currently, geothermal operators on non-federal land that produce any federal resources are subject to all federal laws and permitting processes, even if minimal amounts of federal minerals are present. My state of California is a major producer of geothermal energy and has ample energy resources below the earth ready to be tapped into. But the current federal permitting process and state regulations have hurt progress in harnessing this clean energy source. The HITS Act would waive federal drilling permit requirements for geothermal wells that are on state and private lands. This means geothermal operators would not need a federal drilling permit for wells that are on state and private lands on which the subsurface geothermal estate is less than 50% federal. Operators must still go through a rigorous permitting process at the state level, but they will no longer be burdened by the federal process, allowing us to harness this untapped energy source faster. H.R. 7409 is a common sense measure that will lower costs for Americans, reduce emissions, protect our national security, and expand our energy portfolio. The Natural Resources Committee passed the HITS Act by a bipartisan vote, and I look forward to this bill passing out of the House in a timely bipartisan manner. I want to thank Representative Duarte, my colleague, for co-leading the HITS Act with me, and to Natural Resources Committee Chairman Westerman for your commitment to accelerating geothermal energy production and promoting American energy independence. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 7409. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by agreeing with my colleague across the aisle. We do not live in a utopia where energy just magically appears, and I completely agree that we are in a massive transition where we have to explore all options to produce and to supply the energy needs that our nation needs in order for people to survive and to thrive, so long as it is done in a responsible, environmentally friendly, non-climate affecting, and community-informed way. Of course, we want our communities to have a say in what we do. Now, I want to address what we heard about, well, it'll be protected under the states. We're not talking about state resources. We're talking about federal resources. The United States public lands belong to all of us. The surface, our national parks, our favorite streams on BLM lands and international forests. The subsurface belongs to the American people. All of the things that we've been talking about today, the minerals that will be mined, those are the American people's minerals. The geothermal resources, those are the American people's resources. Even the oil and gas, those are the American people's resources. The reason why we have permitting processes is because the American people get to decide, do we want to give the great riches of this nation over to private companies who want to provide a supply, to provide a good or service to the American people? But the American people get to decide because those are our resources. And that is why we have federal processes to determine, one, if it's a good idea from a scientific and an engineering standpoint, two, to decide if it's going to impact our communities adversely. I mean, imagine going to your favorite stream to go fishing and find out that a permit for subsurface materials had caused the bottom to drop out and a land subsidence that destroyed your favorite fishing spot. Nobody ever told you because a geothermal plant had gone in a few miles away and drilled underneath it. That is why we have federal permitting processes. It's so that the American people can decide if this is what we want to do with our precious lands, our precious resources, and the things that belong to all of us. So there are solutions here in Congress. There are solutions that are supported by the vast majority of members across the aisle that would protect the public interest, that would protect the environment, and protect American interests in our resources. But unfortunately, permit streamlining that does away with subsurface permit authority and public comment of our democratically owned natural resources is not the solution. So with that, that is why I oppose this bill, and I reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
I guess things depend on the perspective from which you look at them, but if you look at the, well, they took the picture down, the geothermal plant picture that was up on the other side of the aisle. I just want to point out that if that plant were to be built on federal lands, it would go fully under federal permitting process. But we're talking about facilities that are built on state or private lands that are close to federal lands. And what we're really talking about is not what's on the surface, it's what's below the surface. And if the geothermal energy that's going to this facility, if 50% or less of that is coming off of the federal estate, then the developer would not have to go through the federal permitting process, but would go through the state permitting process. They would still pay the federal government the royalty for the geothermal energy that's coming off of the federal estate, but they just wouldn't have to go through the federal permitting process. So you can look at that and say, oh, they're being exempted from the federal permitting process. But if you look at it from the other perspective, why should a state or private landowner be subject to the federal permitting process on their private or state land just because less than half of the energy that's going into this facility is coming off of the federal government? So should the federal government be dictating to states and private businesses and private landowners what gets developed on their land? And again, I guess it's just the perspective of how you look at it. But the one thing we know is you can't harvest and harness this renewable geothermal energy that can make up 8.5% of our electricity generation without getting it out of the ground and having a facility to utilize that. At this point, I want to recognize the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, and yield 3 minutes.
The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 7409, the HEATS Act, introduced by my good friend from California, Ms. Kim. This is an important piece of legislation that will increase our energy security and reliability and help lower energy costs for Americans across this great nation. As is the case with much of our domestic energy production, geothermal energy is often developed on checkerboard parcels of land. Such a project often has a footprint encompassing federal, state, and private lands. When that's the case, it's a headache for our energy producers, as it often means more red tape and more regulatory hoops for energy developers to jump through. These duplicative regulatory requirements increase the time it takes to get projects online, along with price tags for these projects to get moving. Ultimately, that means higher energy costs for the American people. Mr. Speaker, the bill before us today will help fix this project for geothermal projects by cutting down on the number of duplicative regulatory reviews a project developer needs to go through. This bill would prevent the BLM from having to permit geothermal wells on state and private lands where the federal government holds an ownership interest of less than 50% of the geothermal estate. These projects, which have already gone through a rigorous state permitting process, would not be bogged down by the duplicative and burdensome federal process. Contrary to what some may argue, this bill doesn't waive the permitting process, it simply reduces the redundancy. It's a common sense fix. It'll bring much needed geothermal energy production online, providing much needed energy to the American people at a much lower cost. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I appreciate that part of the debate has been framed as a difference in perspective, it's actually a difference in the actual facts on the page of what the bill says. Let me read to you from the bill that is being proposed to be passed right now. In general, the Secretary, they're talking about the Department of the Interior, shall not require an operator to obtain a federal drilling permit for geothermal exploration and production activities conducted on non-federal subsurface estate. I know this is confusing. They're talking about those lands that the feds manage for the American people. So the claim that was just made that, oh, this isn't about exempting federal permitting, that's what the bill says, you guys. I'm reading from your bill. Now, it has the specific reasons under which it would be the permit would be allowed to be excluded. And as was stated, it says the United States hold an ownership interest of less than 50% of the subsurface estate. Now, I love when my colleagues across the aisle claim like, oh, industry's so confused, that's why we have to streamline these bills. I ask the American people, when you hear this language, does this sound streamlined? I don't think so. But I have a very high-tech drawing. I'd like to help the American people understand what they're talking about here. You've got this geothermal energy producer. Here's a good example of a power plant using geothermal. If they're taking subsurface geothermal resources from private lands, let's say this side, and over 50% of their geothermal resource is coming from the private side, they're saying if you drill down underneath this plant and go under your favorite national park, your favorite stream on BLM lands, your favorite place to go fishing on public lands, they don't have to get a permit. They can just do it. That's what the bill says. So this isn't a difference of perspective. That's literally what the bill is trying to do, is to exempt federal permit requirements on the federal subsurface estate adjacent to private lands. The claim that state permitting would apply is not true. State permitting only applies to private lands. State permitting requirements do not apply to federal lands. So even if you have a state permitting regime like states that protect the environment, it's not going to help you over here on the federal estate. And if you live in a state where there are not state environmental protections for the environment, then guess what? You're screwed. So that is why we're trying to protect the federal estate and the community and environmental interests here. We're not trying to stop geothermal. As I said, we're fans. Let's do this. But let's do it in an environmentally responsible and community-informed way. And with that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the gentlelady pointing out the language on page 3 of the bill. And I want to point that out too, because it says the Secretary shall not require an operator to obtain a federal drilling permit for geothermal exploration and production activities conducted on a non-federal surface estate. I think most people would agree that we don't want the federal government telling states and private landowners that they have to obtain a federal permit to extract energy off of their land. That's exactly why we're proposing this bill, and it's not coming from the standpoint that the government knows best, that somebody sitting here in D.C. in a nondescript cubicle should be telling somebody thousands of miles away how to develop their land. No, we shouldn't require federal permitting on state and private land, which is what we're talking about. That's what this bill would do. It's only in the case where when you get below the surface, if more than 50% of the geothermal energy is coming off of federal land, then you still have to go through the federal permitting. If it's less than 50%, then the state permitting would rule. It's a common sense bill. It would promote economic development. It would promote renewable energy development, and it's a bill that needs to be passed. With that, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, who's also worked very closely on this bill, Mr. Duarte.
Well,
the gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support H.R. 7409, the HEATS Act. This bill will assist working families, small businesses, and the geothermal energy producers, streamlining the permit process so that one of the cheapest and cleanest energy sources, we are talking about steam coming out of the ground and creating electricity. That's what we're talking about today. Geothermal is a big word. Let's not miss that. This is simply turning steam out of the ground into electricity. One of the cheapest and cleanest energy sources in the United States is prioritized and supported by the federal government. During a natural resources hearing earlier this year, I asked federal regulators what we, the people, gain by requiring a federal permitting process on geothermal energy, one of the cleanest, cheapest energy sources in the world. There was no coherent answer. Instead of restricting geothermal energy, we should be supporting and encouraging advancements in this field. Currently, the Bureau of Land Management is practicing regulation by imagination, with no real instances of negatives or geothermal energy production, and I'm proud to work with Representative Kim to take the necessary steps to make it easier to produce clean, affordable geothermal energy in California. California produces more geothermal energy than any other state, but the Bureau of Land Management is preventing California from growing our clean energy to our fullest potential. This bill ensures that geothermal energy producers do not need to obtain a federal permit if they are drilling on land that is not owned by the federal government. With this common sense change, we can grow our geothermal energy production. This would provide cheaper energy to working families, create good paying jobs in California, and cement California and the United States as a global clean energy leader. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 7409. It is a common sense bill that will lower energy costs for working families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close and continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to just go back to the language of the text. As I read this text as it appears on the page as introduced, it is seeking to exempt federal permitting requirements for the subsurface estate. So that means federal resources. They're saying if it's private lands on top, but public on the bottom, you don't have to get a permit. That's what they're saying. Now, I know that boggles the mind for some folks, but that is essentially an American resource. The people of this country, it's common sense, should have a say as to whether or not they want an energy plant to go in, for drilling to happen under their lands, for resources to be extracted. It's just common sense. I also want to make the point that there was some comments made about the administration trying to restrict geothermal. That's just patently untrue. This is not about trying to restrict or trying to stop geothermal. This is just about maintaining the existing requirements that we have in protecting American resources in the subsurface so that the taxpayers get a fair shake and that the American public can say whether or not they think it's a good idea to have a private company drilling and removing resources under our feet. It's common sense. I agree. So with that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves.
Okay.
I reserve.
Is the gentlewoman from New Mexico prepared to close?
Yes.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 7409 is another loophole disguised as permitting reform and streamlining. It would create a path for geothermal projects to bypass critical environmental and community reviews based on arbitrary line drawings and new convoluted, not streamlined language regarding the federal subsurface estate. It sets a dangerous precedent. I know they keep saying this is about streamlining and making it easier. This bill is not common sense when you read it. It would allow more energy projects to move forward without community input and oversight. We have already worked on bipartisan solutions. We already have some bills that we all agree on. And here we are debating in the final hours of this Congress a bill that would do away with just basic common sense public input through the process. We didn't spend a lot of time talking about it today, but the federal agency that manages our subsurface, the Bureau of Land Management, has raised legitimate concerns about this bill and opposes this bill and has warned that it would undermine our ability to enforce safety regulations, to uphold environmental laws, to do tribal consultation, and to ensure that these projects are aligned with our multiple use mandate, meaning we can protect our public lands for other uses. As experts on the process, we have to listen to these folks. This is what they do every day. We understand that there's opportunities to improve permitting. It's part of why we passed the Inflation Reduction Act. It's part of why we're making an over $1 billion investment in expediting the permitting process and helping to get energy projects on the ground. We're in the middle of a major energy transition. But we can't do that in an irresponsible manner by fast-tracking projects that need public input. All energy projects have impacts, and this bill takes away the opportunity to just take a look and give the opportunity for the public to weigh in. We have to keep this in mind as we move forward and work to build a more just and sustainable future where our communities continue to have a say in what we do with the federal estate, whether it's on the top or it's underneath our feet. So, for these reasons, I urge a no vote on H.R. 7409, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, I would again like to urge my colleagues to vote in support of H.R. 7409. The HEATS Act would expedite geothermal energy production by removing the requirement that geothermal operators receive a federal drilling permit for wells on state and private lands where the subsurface geothermal estate is less than 50% federal. Operators would still be required to receive state permits and approval, but would be exempt from federal permitting regulations like NEPA, the ESA, and Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act. Now that's a mouthful of words, but let's look at that in practicality. So we're talking about a geothermal production facility that's going to have a footprint on the surface of the land. It's going to be on the surface of state or private land. Then we're going to drill a hole thousands of feet into the ground, an 8 to 12-inch diameter hole. It's going to go a mile or deeper, maybe 2 miles deep into the ground. And it's going to turn horizontal, and it's going to start picking up geothermal energy from a large area. Now, what my friends across the aisle seem to want to do is to invoke a NEPA permit on a hole in the ground 2 miles deep. They want to be able to implement the ESA because of a hole in the ground 2 miles deep. They want to do a National Historic Preservation Assessment because of a hole in the ground 2 miles deep. And what they really want to do is be able to link this private facility on state or private land back to the federal government so they can use these laws that are well-intentioned, well-meaning laws to stop that facility from being built on state or private land. There is no environmental benefit of doing an ESA analysis on a hole in the ground 2 miles deep. There's no historical preservation that's going to be improved by permitting a hole 2 miles deep. Not when this has already been through a robust state permitting process, and these states have requirements and regulations for developing energy resources within their borders. So what this does is it eliminates duplicative bureaucracy at the federal level that has no intent or purpose other than to impede geothermal energy development. This bill will lower emissions and energy costs for American families and strengthen U.S. energy independence. Accelerating renewable geothermal energy production and deployment is a win for our economy, our national security, and the environment. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1568, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Bill to amend the Geothermal Steam Act of 1970 to waive the requirement for a federal drilling permit for certain activities, to exempt certain activities from the requirements of the National Environmental Policy Act of 1969, and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Stansberry of New Mexico moves to recommit the bill H.R. 7409 to the Committee on Natural Resources.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motion to recommit on H.R. 8446. Passage of HB 8446 if ordered. Motion to recommit on H.R. 7409 and passage of H.R. 7409 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 8446, offered by the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, and which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 8446, offered by Ms. Stansberry of New Mexico.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 199, the nays are 205. No, he's in the well. The yeas are 199, the nays are 206. The motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 245 and the nays are 155. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Do you want me to autograph that for you? 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit H.R. 7409 offered by the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit on H.R. 7409, offered by Ms. Stansberry of New Mexico.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Yeas are 198, the nays are 206, and the motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas.
Colorado seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. vote, the yeas are 225 and the nays are 181. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Do I have to? The House will be in order. Please take your conversations off the floor. In order. The House will be in order. Please take your conversations off the floor. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. The House will be in order. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Please proceed.
Thank you.
Order. Members, we have a 1-minute speech. Please take your conversations off of the floor. Thank you. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to honor the remarkable achievements of the Archbishop Hoban Knights varsity golf team, in particular the outstanding senior member Chris Pollock as the Ohio's 13th Congressional District Champion of the Week. At the Ohio High School Athletic Association State Championships held at the NCR Golf Course in Kettering, Ohio, the Knights secured their second Division I state title in school history, a true testament of their hard work. The team triumphed with an impressive 17-stroke victory, finishing with a total score of 595. Their closest competitor led on the first day, but ultimately the Knights prevailed to win their second championship. This victory is especially commendable given the challenging conditions on the second day where rain and cold temperatures significantly impacted the field. Senior Chris Polk captured the individual state championship with a remarkable score of 142. He edged out his competitor by just 2 strokes, maintaining his composure to shoot a consistent 71 for both days of the competition, ultimately finishing as the tournament medalist. Chris will continue his impressive golf career at the Florida Southern College, a NCAA Division I institution in the state of Florida. This senior certainly has a bright future ahead of him. Congratulations again to the Archbishop Knights varsity golf team, Coach Quinn Parker and senior Chris Pollock, and the entire Archbishop Hoban High School for their remarkable state championship in the Division I golf finals. They are truly what skill and dedication means and what makes Ohio's 13th Congressional District the birthplace of champions. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the life of Judge Fred Miller, a beloved Blair County, Pennsylvania judge, a dedicated public servant, and an incredible supporter of the community who passed away, unfortunately, just this week. Throughout his distinguished career, Judge Miller personified compassion, honesty, fairness, and integrity from the bench. During his more than 2 years of service, Judge Miller applied the law fairly and impartially. In addition to his professional expertise and achievements, Judge Miller will be remembered for his personal warmth, his sense of humor, and remarkable ability to foster lifelong friendships. As we remember Judge Miller, we also keep his loved ones in our prayers, including his wife Tracy, his son Grant, his parents, Dr. William and Melissa Miller, as well as his siblings Norm and Veronica. Today, please join me and all members of Pennsylvania's 13th Congressional District in remembering the remarkable life of Judge Fred Miller. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Then to address the House for 1 minute and to extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since joining the United States Congress, I've sought to designate a postal facility in the name of Dr. Rudy Lombard Post Office in recognition of his legacy and champion of civil rights. Simultaneously, I was exploring the options of honoring him in other ways. After consultation with Dr. Lombard's family, I am suspending my efforts to rename the post office as we decided that the Algiers Ferry would be more suitable, ferry terminal rather, would be more suitable for this tribute. This terminal at the foot of Canal Street in Algiers, in New Orleans rather, is where Dr. Rudy Lombard likely embarked on many of his direct actions to fight for civil rights. As a native of Algiers, I can think of no better tribute for a man who dedicated his life to justice, equality, and the people of New Orleans. Dr. Rudy Lombard was a civil rights hero. Born in Algiers in 1939, he grew up confronting the harsh realities of racial discrimination, a challenge that would shape his path as a relentless activist. His courage shone brightly as a college student at Xavier University, where he led the now legendary sit-in against segregation at McCrory's Five and Dime, alongside Core 4, Lanny Goldfinney, Cecil Carter Jr., and Aretha Castle. His brave action helped dismantle the framework of injustice, culminating in the landmark Supreme Court victory. Naming the Algiers Ferry Terminal after Dr. Lombard would not only honor his legacy, but will also serve as a constant reminder of the power of collective action. The ferry has been a vital part of the Algiers connecting communities and enabling access. I implore the New Orleans Regional Transit Authority to take this action so it will connect us with the values of Dr. Rudy Lombard and those things that he embodied: equity, courage, and progress. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purposes does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
I very slowly rise to request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the lifetime of service of one of my constituents, Lieutenant Colonel Kurt Powell, who is the 2022 Veteran of the Year for Virginia's 4th Congressional District. Lieutenant Colonel Powell held a variety of staff and command-level positions during his 23-year career in the U.S. Marines. He served 2 combat deployments in Somalia and Lebanon, including the ill-fated amphibious unit peacekeeping mission that was attacked in October of 1983. Lieutenant Colonel Powell also served as a White House advance officer under President Clinton, where he planned presidential helicopter missions worldwide and served as the sole representative upon Marine One, responsible for coordinating with Secret Service at White House communication agencies. Today, Lieutenant Colonel Powell continues his incredible record of service as the founder of a mentorship program at the Chesterfield County Veteran Treatment Docket, an important organization that provides resources and support for veterans suffering from mental health issues or substance abuse disorders. Lieutenant Colonel Kurt Powell has spent his life helping those around him, and I thank him for his profound contributions to our country, to our Commonwealth, and to his community. And I am honored to name him the 2024 4th Congressional District Veteran of the Year. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, as we recognize National Veterans and Military Families Month and National Family Caregivers Month, we must recommit ourselves to helping our nation's veterans, our real heroes. It is important for Congress to pass the Veterans Caregiver Application and Appeals Reform Act, also known as the CARE Act. The CARE Act cuts red tape for our disabled veterans who apply through the VA Caregivers Program with Veterans Service Organizations assistance. The CARE Act also requires the VA to ensure medical specialists are carefully reviewing applications and providing full transparency to our veterans as it pertains specifically to denials. We must always help lend a helping hand to our veterans and their families. Support of the CARE Act does exactly that, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to thank the overwhelming majority of our colleagues who voted to pass the Social Security Fairness Act, necessary bipartisan legislation to ensure retired public servants do not lose out on essential earned Social Security retirement benefits for which they have worked hard. As a key step forward, the Bipartisan Social Security Fairness Act eliminates the harmful windfall elimination provision and the government pension offset, which reduce or eliminate Social Security benefits for millions of Americans who worked as public servants, including police officers, firefighters, and educators. The next step is for Congress to fund the financing gap and work in partnership with affected states. More than 2 million Americans and 165,000 Ohioans are impacted by the windfall provision, and 800,000 nationwide are impacted by the government pension offset. In a time of severe partisanship, I'm pleased to note 327 members of the House voted for this bipartisan legislation, and let this be an example of collaboration and working across the aisle to find the big middle. The House has done our work, and now I urge swift Senate passage so this legislation can be sent to the President's desk to be signed into law. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
And revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to honor the impressive and impactful career of Manchester Police Chief Alan Aldenburg as he retires. Throughout his life, Chief Aldenburg dedicated his efforts to serving others. In a military career spanning 30 years, he commanded from the company to the brigade level and deployed in support of key operations to combat terrorism and protect our nation after 9/11. He was awarded a Bronze Star Medal for his service in Iraq from 2009 to 2010. As a law enforcement officer for 27 years, including 4 years as chief in Manchester, Chief Aldenburg has worked with officers, department staff, city leadership, and community members to make Manchester safer and stronger. I wish him well in his next endeavor as the new Chief Military and Veterans Service Officer at Easter Seals Military and Veterans Campus. I join all Granite Staters in thanking Chief Aldenburg for his exceptional leadership and commitment to the people of Manchester and the state of New Hampshire. Congratulations, Chief Aldenburg, on a job very well done. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise today to honor the life of a dedicated public servant and friend, Hoboken Council President Jen Giotino, who passed away last week. Jen was more than an elected official. She was someone who cared deeply for Hoboken and was a pillar for her community. She was a champion for the unhoused, a compassionate advocate for small business owners, and a warm-hearted, generous presence throughout the city that she served and loved. Her legacy will live on in Hoboken and in the hearts of all those who had the privilege of knowing her. In this difficult time, my thoughts are with her husband, Joe, her sons, Joe, Jack, and Alex, her family, friends, and the people of Hoboken who adored her. In her memory, let us live by the example that she set: compassion, generosity, and care for others. Thank you, and I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Mrs. Ramirez, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent for all members to have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order hour.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I want to take a moment to remind us why we're here. On my first day of Congress, what feels like so many years ago, but about 23 months ago, I made a commitment to represent, advocate, and defend and fight for the people. I made a promise to legislate with the vision for a better future for the constituents of my district, and that includes veterans. As a proud member of the Committee on Veteran Affairs, my goal continues to be the same: advance policies that improve the lives of veterans and ensure that they have access to every benefit they earned and's been promised to them. However, I continue to be disappointed with so much extreme rhetoric from many of my colleagues to the right of me who choose to put politics over the lives of veterans, effectively watering down their protections and stonewalling progress on bills that would assist them. But the Congressional Progressive Caucus and I remain determined to do what is right for our veterans. That means advocating for better access to health care, fighting for our veterans experience or at risk of experiencing homelessness, advocating for our women veterans and their unique needs, and above all, ensuring that when our veterans come home, they can lead a happy, fulfilling life after service. And we've delivered. I'm proud to say that since Rep. Takano's honoring our PACT Act was signed into law, the Department of Veteran Affairs, the VA, has delivered more than $6.8 billion in PACT Act benefits to veterans. Over 5.7 million veterans have received new toxic exposure screenings, and over 740,000 new veterans have enrolled in VA healthcare. This means that more veterans are getting the care and benefits they rightfully earned. The success of the PACT Act demonstrates what is possible when Congress prioritizes people over partisan politics. And it shows that it can be done for veterans when Congress and agencies work together to deliver for our constituents. Where the Department of Veteran Affairs succeeds also provides us with a broader vision and useful roadmap for what we can achieve for all Americans. The VA provides a basic housing allowance, population-specific health care, job assistance and training, and targeted interventions to prevent and address homelessness. I believe that Congress can and should replicate the most promising parts of the VA to ensure the same base level of material and social support for our everyday working families. I believe that we can eradicate poverty, prevent and end homelessness, and ensure that no person goes hungry or lives without essential health care, and that is actually possible for all Americans to lead a happy, fulfilling life and to retire with dignity. But it starts with legislating with compassion and a commitment to the flourishing of our neighbors. So let me just say, despite Republican efforts to stall progress and turn the clock back 100 or more years, the Congressional Progressive Caucus and I will hold the line. We will defend our veterans. We will ensure they have every single benefit that veterans deserve, and we will honor their service with action. And so I want to talk about the last 23 months and the work that I've done here in Congress. When I became an elected official, first as state representative and now in Congress, I made a commitment. That commitment was to remain rooted in the communities that I was elected to serve. Since joining the House Veteran Affairs Committee, I've seen how critical it is for veterans and the families of veterans to receive the full benefits of our nation's promise to them and what they've earned. And I'm proud to say that during my freshman year, no longer freshman in a couple months, I've advocated for and introduced pieces of legislation that expand veteran access to education, to health care, and to housing. Last year, I introduced the Student Veteran Benefits Restoration Act, which would reinstate GI benefits for students who've pursued a degree at a college or university that defrauded them. I'm proud to say that this bill was voted on and passed by the House in April. And look, while the final negotiated bill is more limited in scope than I would have wanted, I do think it represents an ongoing commitment to work to ensure that veterans receive full access to the educational benefits that they've earned. I'm committed to building on this momentum and continuing this fight into the 119th Congress. This year, I'm proud to have introduced the Service Member Student Loan Affordability Act with Senator Durbin leading this effort in the Senate. What this bill will do is amend the Service Member Civil Relief Act to limit the interest rate on student loans incurred by service members before they went into the military service. And it'll consolidate and refinance it during military service. On Veterans Day, I was in my district with veterans and veteran serving organizations, and I heard how much they need for us to invest in them and address the issues of homelessness. As a matter of fact, I heard that in the last year, we've seen another increase in homelessness among the veteran community. So I'm proud to announce that I will be introducing a new bill to create permanent housing opportunities for our veterans. The bill would expand the services that the grant per diem providers give to including prevention services, and also allow for capital grants to be used to convert units into permanent housing. I'm eager to work with the committee around the bill introduction, and I'm excited to be able to share more details on the bill very soon. I voted to advance critical legislation that will bring solutions to the policy failures that leave our veterans and their families desperate and frustrated. And during every hearing and every markup, I remain intentional in my efforts to ensure that we fulfill our promises to our nation has made to our veterans. And that work, my friends, has to continue next Congress. That, in my opinion, is how we honor service through action. And I want to talk a little bit about healthcare. One of the most pressing issues our veterans face is access to quality healthcare. Healthcare is a basic need that we must deliver for our veterans. Accessible healthcare for veterans shouldn't be considered a privilege, but a right for those who have served their country. Expanded health services will allow veterans to receive timely treatments for various medical conditions without having to worry about financial burdens or lengthy waits for appointments. Improved access to mental health services is also critical to address issues such as PTSD and other psychological conditions caused by military service. Expanding health care for veterans also help reduce the long-term costs associated with providing care for aging veterans, ensuring they receive the care they need in a later life. Veterans should be provided access to high-quality medical treatments, regardless of economic status or geographic location, so that they all can benefit from the high-quality healthcare services without the undue financial burden or delays in treatment. Folks, our nation is responsible for providing vital care for veterans to show appreciation and respect for their sacrifice in service to their country. And it's why during October recess, I convened veterans. And what they said to me was that the gaps that they continue to experience are unacceptable. Gaps like in dental care and dental coverage, wait times for physical and mental health appointments, challenges to health care enrollment, and a greater need for outreach to underserved veterans. And it is why I co-led the Expanding Healthcare Providers for Veterans Act with Rep. Tlaib to make it easier for the VA and state veteran homes to hire employees on H-1B visas when they cannot find a suitable applicant in the United States. Specifically, the bill designates the Department of Veteran Affairs and state veteran homes as a CAP-exempt institution for the purposes of the H-1B visa program. I'm also proud to co-sponsor numerous bills around veterans' health care, including the 988 Implementation Act. The 988 is a new nationwide suicide prevention line, and the 988 Implementation Act would offer more federal support to the crisis line, including to resource a veteran-specific department of the crisis line. Providing quality, accessible health care is how we honor our veterans with action. To hear a little bit more about this work that many of us are doing to ensure that our veterans are getting the services they deserve, we're going to be hearing from some of my colleagues very soon. But while we do that, I do want to talk to you a little bit more about some of our veterans who currently continue to see so many challenges. I want to make sure that I'm clear. I am here to represent all veterans, but especially the veterans that are most vulnerable. That means first-generation veterans. That means women veterans. That means veterans of color. And that also means veterans who, friends, we don't want to admit, have been deported after having served this country, after nearly dying for this country, experiencing PTSD, and they've lost their green card and today are separated from their families. As the evidence has shown, veterans of color have served this country honorably for decades, but due to intentional segregation and racism, they were unable to use the benefits promised to them. That is why I commend my colleague, Congressman Clyburn, for putting forward the VA Housing Loan Forever Act to do the right thing and restore equity to veterans of color. Similarly, women veterans were locked out of receiving the benefits they earn due to their service not being properly recognized. And that is why when I go back to my district and when I sit in those hearings, I always center the voices of our veterans, particularly those most impacted. As a member of the Veteran Affairs Committee, ensuring that our women in uniform are recognized for their contributions and sacrifices and having full access to their benefits must be a priority. And it's why I was proud to offer and have passed an amendment to the JAX Act out of subcommittee. What does this amendment do? It directs the Department of Veteran Affairs to submit a report regarding gender disparities in covered claims for traumatic brain injury and post-traumatic stress disorder, particularly among those who have engaged in combat since 1990. I also want to shed light on an issue that I hold close to my heart: our veterans who are seeking legal pathways to citizenship. You heard me a few moments ago talk about those that have been deported, those that after serving the country are now separated from their family. And to me, it is unimaginable that they are at risk of deportation or have been deported. Because despite their service and sacrifice, too many undocumented veterans have faced deportation due to a failed immigration system that does not honor who we say we are as a nation. Now you'd ask, well, how are they serving if they're not a U.S. citizen? Well, friends, you don't have to be a U.S. citizen to go die for this nation. You'll get a green card, and you'll be able to do that. But if you come back to the country you love, the country you call home, and something happens, there's a fight at a bar, you're dealing with PTSD, and there is something that happens to you, you can immediately lose your green card and be deported. So let me say this to you. As we celebrate our veterans, we must remember those who today find themselves living in exile, separated from their families and often struggling to access the benefits and the support they earned through their service. It's time to return these veterans home and deliver justice and support. And it is why I'm proud to co-sponsor Rep. Takano's Veteran Service Recognition Act, which would allow non-citizen service members to apply for naturalization during basic training, establishing a review process for those who are in removal proceedings, and provide an opportunity for a non-citizen veteran who has been removed or ordered removed and who has not been convicted of a serious crime to obtain a legal permanent resident status. Today, I call my colleagues, Republican and Democrats, who say that they care about our veterans, to stand with us and to co-sponsor this incredibly important piece of legislation, because that is how we honor every veteran service with action. This is for Sergio Andrade. This is for Gigi Thomas Curian, for Ellsworth Alexander Smith, for Mark Osmond Isaacs, for Gerardo Emiterio Lopez Flores. The time to act is today. And so I'm going to be yielding in a moment to one of my colleagues who every day fights like hell for our veterans, for you to hear directly from them on the work that they're doing. And so I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Chris DeLuzio.
Thank the gentlelady from Illinois, Madam Speaker. It is, of course, an honor for all of us to serve here, but of course, maybe no greater honor than to stand up for our fellow veterans. I think this country has a sacred obligation to care for all who served. I'm proud of my time in uniform, and I often talk about a simple lesson I learned in the Navy: shipmate, self. You put the mission and the country first, you put others before yourself. I think that's fundamentally at the heart of the ethos of service. I come from Western Pennsylvania. So many homes and families have a picture of someone who's worn a uniform, someone who served, who shares the values of hard work and patriotism and sacrifice. It is pretty common, but becoming a little rare for us maybe to talk about it as we should. And I thank the gentlelady for convening us for this important fight for veterans. It is so central to our work here in the House and certainly in this Congress. This work should be bipartisan in so many ways, and I think it often is, not always, but it often is. Introduced a bill with colleagues from both sides of the aisle, Saving Our Veterans Lives Act, which is about us putting together a coalition to tackle the crisis, the problem of veteran suicide. It's got a coalition that I think tells you it can succeed, from gun safety groups to the National Shooting Sports Foundation, veteran service organizations. That's a coalition that is broad, that tells you this is a serious effort. And what this bill would do would authorize a VA program to give free firearm lockboxes to veterans who want them. This is something that we know can save veterans' lives. We've seen that if you limit the ease by which someone at risk, someone in crisis, can get to their gun, prevent suicide deaths. And we know that firearms are the most common means used by my fellow veterans to die by suicide. We should take some action like this. 73% of male veteran suicide deaths and more than half, 52% of female, are with firearms. Those rates greatly exceed those for non-veterans. And a little bit more than half of veterans report owning one or more guns themselves. And of over those, about half, or more than half, report storing it loaded or unsecured. And so I think this intervention can be one that can save veterans' lives and earn support on both sides of the aisle. I was proud to introduce the Save Our Veterans Lives Act. It's a simple, straightforward, bipartisan idea, common sense one to save lives and to fight back against veteran suicide, something that I think we all share as a priority. So with that, I will yield back to the gentlelady from Illinois, and I thank her for her leadership on these issues. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Congressman. So as we talk about the face of our veterans and the impact and challenges that they're going through at this moment, I'm also reminded of so many of them who come back home and continue to provide public service, who continue to show up for their community, that continue to show up for their neighbors and their family. And so as we recommit to fighting for every single veteran, I do want to take the time to recognize a service member in my district, someone who is using her platform to advocate for the care and benefits of those who came before her. Madam Speaker, today I want to honor my constituent, U.S. Army Major Karen Hernandez, who serves our country and our community with dedication and courage. The daughter of Mexican immigrants and a proud first-generation college graduate, Major Hernandez embodies, like the daughters and sons of immigrants, the values of resilience, of integrity, and an enduring commitment to community and to service. Since enlisting in 2008 as a medical service officer for the 108th Multifunctional Medical Battalion, Karen has commanded field hospitals and played a vital role in Illinois during COVID-19 response. In our communities, as the executive director of Chicago Veterans, she helps service members transition back to civilian life. She advocates for them to receive the promised benefits that they earned. And whether it is supporting humanitarian efforts or empowering veterans, Hernandez leads with selflessness, and Hernandez leads with courage. And so, on behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, I want to commend Karen Hernandez for her remarkable service and for her leadership, both in and beyond the military. Gracias, Karen. So, as I wrap up, I want to thank all of my colleagues who are continuously working and looking past the partisan politics. And I want to especially thank the Progressive Caucus and the Special Order Hour, because what the American people continue to ask of us is to stop talking at them. What the American people continue to say is, stop promising things. What the American people say is, we're tired of your darn fights online because you want to go viral. What the American people are saying is, we need you to move from words to action. So I want to end with this. The future that we seek is possible. Accessible, affordable health care is possible. Every person having a safe, clean home is possible. A country where no one goes hungry can be possible. Quality education and jobs that provide living wages, a humane, assured legal pathway to citizenship. All of this is what our veterans deserve. And all of it is what our veterans have earned. It is also what every person who has contributed to this country deserves. And that includes, my friends, our neighbors who for years have served our communities and our economies with the reassurance of permanent protections. I'm talking about our dreamers. Right now, there are 530,000 DACA recipients, approximately 500,000 people eligible for DACA to be barred from applying, and 80,000 unprocessed applicants who for years have lived in a legal limbo, many of them here since the age of 2. These dreamers are not children anymore. Wesdin Hernandez, my brother-in-law, is not a child. He's actually 40 years old. They work, they provide for their families, and they invest in our economies, contributing at least $2.1 billion to Social Security and Medicare every single year. So today, we must be courageous and exhaust every avenue possible to keep the 11.3 million Americans in DACA-impacted families together and provide a pathway to citizenship and security for dreamers. Whether through passing the Dreams and Promise Act or through bold executive action, we must honor with action all who have put their lives in service to our nation and our communities. And that is dreamers and that is veterans, full stop. As we near the end of the year, I'm reminded why I stand before this floor. I stand here to amplify the voices of the people in my community who sent me here. To be the only Latina in the room representing veterans who look like they could be my family members. To be the person who lives as she climbs. To be the person who never forgets where she comes from. To be the person who says proudly, it doesn't matter if one person is impacted or a million, it's the one that I'm here fighting for. Our veterans deserve better, and they demand urgency. Our country deserves better, and I refuse to stand down in the face of injustice and hate. Because I, the Congresswoman, the Congresista of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, I choose to fight for the future we deserve, and I choose to fight for a future that is possible, and I choose to fight so that our veterans are honored through service and action. Thank you. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Does the gentlewoman have a motion?
Yes, I have a motion to adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. According to the House, stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.